Welcome, everybody, to the Sleestakians show. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak, and we're joined today. Oh, there's. Sorry, that's me. I forgot I had opened the YouTube chat. So right off the bat, I ended up boomering it up, so to speak. No, no baby boomers out there. Welcome, Kurumi. Always good to see you. Good to see you, Diamond, and thanks for joining us. And Stephen, always a pleasure. And Mr. Matt, somebody I know from right here in Michigan, not doxing anyone. We both talk about our home state quite a bit. Here, Volje, wow, all the way from Croatia. It's awesome that you showed up. It's, man, what is it, like 3 a.m. there?
Wow.
Always good to see you, Lion.
Oh, the comments have been wow.
And Dave. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. So we're joined by Dylan. With Dylan.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Dylan R. Fagan, and I am a comic book artist and writer. Yeah. Do you have the thing on screen? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. That's so. You drew this?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did the cover, and I'm doing the interiors. The story is written by both myself and D. Shiro. And the lettering is done by S. Forrester. Amazing letterer. D. Shiro. He's a really great writer. He's worked
with
with
an eye.
yeah.
Sure.
He's
I think I follow him on Twitter. He's got a YouTube channel, right?
I'm not. I'm actually not sure. I haven't. I'm actually not on Twitter.
Oh, that's fine. Not everybody's. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to know like entire resume or anything.
I
just think it's cool though that I think it's the same guy. I think it's the same guy I'm thinking of too. Seems pretty cool. Every time I've interacted with him.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I had a lot. I forgot what I was gonna say. It's a really cool team of people. I'm really excited to be working on this. This is my first full series for Antarctic Press.
Oh, cool!
Yeah.
So they actually have their comic books in stores, right? Or at least I'm not saying like each and every comic book shop necessarily, but aren't they one of the?
Yeah, they have their stuff sold in shops. I mean, Antarctic Press, they've been around for like 40 years.
I think the guys from Rags might be on that. Might be published by Antarctic Press. A lot of really cool indie books for an indie for like a publisher that's not one of the like big two or Image or whatever. You know, they seem to. We said 40 years.
Antarctic Press, ran by Ben Dunn, creator of Ninja High School and Warrior Nun.
So like they're one of those smaller companies that's like more established, you know. That's really cool.
And I mean, I'm super excited. Ben had opened up. He had opened up his Ninja High School universe, and now it's calling it like the Superverse, where creators can like use like each other's characters. It's like not necessarily quite like a shared like universe, but it is at the same time like characters can cross over and stuff. So
Oh,
yeah,
that's cool.
yeah, and I thought, well, I have a comic that's about like all female fighters, and it's like, well, maybe like later on I could probably get like more guest stars from other books, as it goes on. Um, so anyway, Octagon Princess is set in the Ninja High School universe, Ben Dunn's Ninja High School universe, like set directly in it. Um, it's the main protagonist is Ren Kawamura. She's a Japanese American, actually born in Japan, but she moved to America when she was 10. When she was 8 years old, she had fought in a junior martial arts tournament. The very day she won the championship, her father died from being overworked by this corporation, the very same corporation that ran all her programs and stuff. It's like this big multimedia empire, right? And and for like 10 years she swore to never fight professionally again, or to never, well, as professionally as you could at a young age. But
So why was that? Was that
yeah, huh?
no? Why did she make that vow?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So why did she swear not to fight? Was that
Well, because she blames the corporation for uh, uh, that hosts her tournaments, hosts like uh, it's kind of silly and dramatic when you think about it, but I think it works for the story. It's very much inspired by like the Dead or Alive video games. You know what I
well?
mean?
Did that same company work her dad to death?
Yes.
Okay, well that makes sense. And I've heard, not sure how accurate this is, but I heard that the Japanese government like started creating more holidays. Well, just like the U.S. government, other governments, there's government holidays, but like that, so many people were working themselves to death
Yeah.
that like maybe starting a few decades ago, they started. It's like, okay, we got to create some more holidays to keep this from happening so often. Not sure if that's true or not, but I've heard it's a major issue.
Oh yeah, there are people who just straight up just collapse, like drop dead, like on the train or whatever. Just people who absolutely drop dead. Uh, I mean, yeah, Rin. Yeah, her and her family moved to California like 10 years ago, and like she still like trains and goes to, like and like fights in the gym. But she never fights competitively. Like it's to the point where it's like frustrating, like the scouters that are there that are like looking for talent. And she turns them down every single time. And then one night, she's approached by someone. I'm not going to give too much away. She's approached by someone, and she's given an offer that she absolutely cannot refuse. Even if it's against her better wishes, she ends up having to fight for her family's honor in this tournament called Extreme Octagon X. It's
Oh, so that's the source of the comic book's name, right?
yeah, the comic book's name is actually her nickname, Octagon Princess, because she's like,
Oh, okay.
yeah, because she's such an incredible young fighter. Um, and yeah, it's really catching people's attention. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for to also like introduced the other 8 fighters into the story in the later issues. Issue 1 focuses specifically on her.
Hey, K2J. Sorry to interrupt, but if you like what you're watching, please like and share. It really helps get the word out.
Yeah.
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I was saying, yeah, that'd be awesome. More people who see this, I'm really excited. This is, like I said, this is like my first full series. I've only been drawing professionally for like, I don't know, like 3 years now.
Really? Now, did you draw that cover?
Yes, I did.
That's awesome.
I
I know a lot of people they'll hire a cover artist and like a guest artist, but that is one solid looking color cover. Yeah.
Yeah,
really good.
I do. I will say that I do plan on having a variant cover for as a stretch goal on the Kickstarter. Whenever I get that going. Uh, uh, so if you're a fan of Ben Dunn, I plan on getting him on for a variant. Ben.
Yeah.
Ben.
I like that comment. Hey, Chad, welcome. And folks, if you want to join, the links in pinned in the description.
Yeah. I'm really excited. It's not too serious of a story. I mean, there are parts of the narrative that are serious, but it's also like I also wanted to draw like girls in increasingly provocative situations, because it's like, like I said, it's Dead or Alive inspired.
Hey, Eric, welcome.
So like
yeah, the fighting game, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. What is it? Dead or Alive? Say, whatever version. I don't know. Whatever. Not the latest version, because there were rumors that it wasn't going to be as provocative, but I think they ended up throwing in some skimpy outfits anyway. So I don't know if it's the 5th or 6th version I have.
You probably have 5. 5 is pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I have. Is 6 the one that people complain about?
No,
that's not what I have.
No, it's Dead or Alive 6 that people.
Okay, yeah. And I have the 5th
that
one.
pretty much killed the franchise, and it's like, well, yeah, that's actually what kind of started this. It's like, well, they're not like the people behind it. If they're not going to make anymore, it's like, well, I kind of want to fill that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's like, fine, I'll do it myself. The Thanos. Yeah. Yeah. It does.
Oh, and hey, Mr. Tamaya. I hope I pronounced your name right. Always good to see you, and thanks for joining us. People like what they're seeing. Please like and share. It really helps us out. And I said hi to you, Eric, didn't I? If not, hello, and thanks for joining us.
I could probably send in more. I could probably DM you some more artwork.
Oh, that'd be cool. I'm also trying to get the word. I guess I'm repeating myself, but I haven't really. I went and I set up the StreamYard at the last minute. I was just kind of getting things together. I didn't have a charger for my laptop till today, so Things have been kind of hectic lately, but
let's see.
and so people are saying hi to each other. I always like to highlight the chat, make sure people's messages are heard. Okay, I'm glad, Eric, that I actually graded you. I think I graded you, Stephen. Always see you. Smash the like. Yeah,
Yeah, just
please do. And folks, if you got stuff you want to promote, please promote it. And, most people have wrenches. If anybody's not a mod, just let me know. I'll make them a mod. Well, not just anyone. There are a few people out there who've caused trouble for the channel, but we've got a lot of cool people here. Terry, Mighty Geek Studios says the Octagon Princess, cool title. I can see Gina Carano playing title role.
yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, she's way out of my budget. It's like, it's a good thing. I'm the artist because it's like, I can't afford to get like big people, so it's like I had to get like a, get a, get a group of friends, and we make this comic that, and we're all really passionate about it. It's yeah, I'm really excited. Uh, I sent you some more artwork.
Okay, thanks. I'll do my best to get to that soon. Some people just call me Mr. T, says Mr. T. Okay, Mr. I'll just call him Mr. T. They struggle to say my YouTube channel name. Yeah, Mr. T is good. I always liked the Mr. T who was on the A-Team back in the 80s. That was a fun show. Dean is a bit too these days. I'm not sure what that means, but
Gina Carano.
Yeah, I don't know what a bit too. Oh, I see. I thought it was.
Oh yeah.
Far. No, I'm not. Yeah. So I think she's. Oh, I think he said that she's kind of heavy set or whatever. I don't.
Well, yeah, I saw pictures of her like quite a few years back. She was a lot more lean, and yeah, that's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, she's got a lot of fans though, and
yeah.
Steven says live action is for losers. Anime and animation are the future.
Hell yeah.
I think it all depends,
Rousey would be out of your budget too. Yeah.
Yeah, she's okay. So anybody not watching who doesn't get this, I think they're both. Aren't they both MMA fighters? Originally,
yeah.
it was Gina. Yeah, and then I guess, and then Gina, of course, was on Disney's The Mandalorian.
Yeah,
and then there was some controversy, and unfortunately, she got fired. But then she ended up, I think, with the Daily Wire, and I don't know. I think they were going to make a movie. I don't know if they ever did.
Yeah, they made like a I think they made like a Western movie, but you have to like sign up to their. It's like, well, why not just just like why not release it? It's like you're kind of.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd check it out if but I'm not I'm not gonna sign up to their site. Nothing, it's there's just so many different sites out there now that I'm getting kind of overwhelmed.
Yeah, I get it. And I think Ronda Rousey, like she was like, they had her play Sonya Blade, and she can't voice act to save her life. So it's like, even if I could, it's like, Gina and Rhonda don't really fit the kind of thing I'm going for. They're like cutesy or attractive, like uh, fighters. Yeah, I sent you a thing with the.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've been getting caught up with the chat. Her weight fluctuates. Steven says, "Don't read in don't read into it." 2D has little celebrity. I wonder if Drunk 3PO will hit it already with Gina. Gosh, well, I don't know. I guess that's their business.
I'm trying to see what I can get away with showing you because some of the promo art's a little provocative. So I'm sending you what I can for YouTube.
Okay, that sounds good. Mr. Tamias, Mr. T. Let's see, Mr. T. As BA. Oh yeah, that was the character from the A-Team, and the Clobberland from the Rocky 3 film. I wonder if you watch those Rocky movies. Apparently, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers hates DW for that paywall. The Daily Wire. Oh yeah, it's kind of spike the like button. Sharing is caring. It is indeed, Eric, and thanks. Lion says too many sites. Yeah, there's too many of the. I think it's cool that there's such a variety of content out there, but it'd be nice if for the customer, if they didn't have to like I've got like YouTube what do they call it, YouTube Red or what, they don't call it that anymore.
RedTube.
Whatever the pay version is, so I don't have to watch the commercials when I'm watching it on my phone. I know on the computer I can just use an ad block, but the phone I don't really know how to do that. Ronda Rousey is in WWF now. I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, already that's the response there. Roye, it's pronounced Tamiya.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still like Mr. T though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the Discord, and unfortunately that means I have to remove the picture from the screen.
Oh no, it went bye-bye.
Yeah, and by the way, folks, I got the link is pinned in the StreamYard link is pinned in the chat. I'm gonna see. I can just open these different pictures in a different tab. Yeah, I can see. I'm looking at the character's body type, and I don't think Gina Carano or Ronda Rousey would necessarily even be the right body type for. It's just different.
Yeah, we're sort of going for the characters, like we're going from like slim to curvy to toned. We're not going for like overly bulky, but there is a little diversity in the and the body shapes, but in like an attractive way. When I say diversity, I mean like they're all attractive. There's not going to be like a
like I know you're trying to be careful. Yeah, okay, so they're all going to be attractive.
Yeah, it's not going to be like modern She-Hulk. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, so I actually I think I kind of I got a lot of likes on a tweet I did about the modern She-Hulk, and it was from a lot of people I think who are kind of a little more on the, I don't want to get too political, but maybe just say a little more on the liberal side of things. And I was but what I pointed out was that I thought it was a pretty cool trade-off, though, that She-Hulk remained intelligent even when she was the Hulk, but she just wasn't as bulky. I mean, even when she was She-Hulk, what's her name? Is it Jennifer?
Jennifer.
Yeah, remained intelligent even as the She-Hulk, whereas, and I know there's different incarnations of the Green Hulk, but sometimes he could just be kind of,
I think
just kind of.
I think what bugs me about modern comics is, when they draw women and they make them look more like men, and it's like, if your idea of female empowerment is making them more like men, it's like, that's really kind of backwards and counterproductive, and it's like, yeah.
I just don't think that, like, I don't think it works out when and with the Immortal Hulk, when the when Hulk's as intelligent or even possibly more intelligent than Bruce Banner, I just ended up losing interest in that. Like, he'd give these long ass speeches, these long winded speeches about like before smashing someone, and it's like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, he could just spend that time, like, I don't know, maybe he could bring some rope with him and tie these people up or whatever. Why? If he's this smart that he can go and give these eloquent speeches, and then he just like
and thus forth,
bludgeons them, just, I don't know. It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, I completely dipped out of like mainstream comics. I did that with Spider-Man even sooner, because I consider everything after one more day and afterwards, like, not canon, because it's like no, you completely ruined a character.
I don't even know much about like mainstream comics, to tell you the truth.
It's a convoluted mess, and I feel like the best thing now is just go out and do your own thing. It's like the fans are now the creators, and it's like, well, if these comics are not going to give us what we want, we might as well go out and do our own thing. And that's
Gap, welcome. Yeah, I think that there were. Jack Kirby was just. You had some outstanding people like Jack Kirby working for the industry, and there's some outstanding artists today. But the thing is, there's always been some really cool indie stuff, like, especially with the comic book code, and there was so much censorship and stuff. So I think it was maybe, I don't know if it was started in the 50s or if it was in the 60s when there got to be a bunch of underground comics. I know EC Comics shut down altogether, and they started Mad Magazine, which they were able to get away with stuff that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to. But they called it a magazine, and they were able to get away with stuff that otherwise would have been censored.
Right.
But there was also, and I'm not sure how they got away with it, but there were also guys like R. Crumb, and there were a bunch of these guys, a bunch of these creators in the 1960s who were doing this, like, really, like, cool, like, I think it's cool, and kind of risque comics. Are you familiar with Crumb? He did, like, Fritz the Cat.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just, I think that a lot of don't want to say don't want to say that all the creativity was in indie comics or anything. It's just
Yeah, I actually watched both and Fritz the Cat's animated movies. I think they were done by Ralph Bashki.
Hello, hello, hello.
welcome. How long have you been backstage?
A second or two.
Oh, folks, if you like what you're seeing, please like and share. And hey, Yasuke, always good to see you.
How's it going?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Sorry about that, Lorenzo.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
that's fine.
yeah.
Gap says, hey, Lorenzo, hey, everybody. Just 5 more days and I can go back to Gap After Dark. Oh, well, that's great. Oh, yeah, when you change your name on YouTube, I think you have to keep it for like a month or so. Stephen, you should be a moderator now. I think I just gave you a wrench. Stephen's been in here a few times, and I'm surprised he didn't have one. At least I think he's been in here a few times. I see him in a lot of chats. Why 5 more days? Oh, yeah. Professor Hulk is even worse. I guess worse than what I was complaining about. So I think with the Immortal Hulk, he was so intelligent and so strong that's when he become almost like a Mary Sue, and that's what I liked about She-Hulk when She-Hulk isn't so bulky is the idea that okay, she isn't so bulky, but the trade-off is she still
she wasn't as strong.
Intelligent while she's She-Hulk.
Yeah,
whereas,
she wasn't as strong as a Hulk, but she was emotionally and intelligently better than the Hulk. She was better. She was better off than Bruce.
Kind of like real primal, like energy. At least the Hulk that I grew up with the 1970s series, and I know they got pretty creative with it as far as there. I mean, even like changed Banner's first name.
All right. So what do we have on the screen here, sir?
Oh, this is one of the characters.
Sister Mary O'Brien. Irish badass. Irish priestess. Sorry.
Yeah, she beats ass in the name of Jesus. It's you can pull up the cover if you want. Because I don't think.
Yeah.
Do wrestlers normally wear sneakers or because the most I've seen I've seen wrestlers wear the kind of like the middle of the calf type boot, military looking boot. I'm assuming it's so the shoelaces don't get untangled, don't come untied, and it gets stepped on, and poof, there you go.
Right. These were all ideas between me and the writer.
No worries. I'm just no. I was more asking the question because like most of my knowledge on wrestling is a lot of times they're wearing the military looking type boots. So I have no idea if they wear sneakers.
Okay, so Yasuke, put a symbol in the chat. Oh, and I think people are greeting each other. Nowadays, the mainstream doesn't want to
take a chance on new
characters.
Well,
okay, people are greeting each other. Mr. Matt says R. Crumb is my main man. Yeah, I'd like to read some more of his stuff. The one I remember reading, it was the one he did about Franz Kafka, the Czech author. So Krumi is greeting people. People are saying hi. I am Woot.
Yeah.
Stephen. And check out channel.
Lorenzo. What's your name, sir? I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm just trying to get caught up with the messages. We got one more message or 2 more messages. I still haven't watched She-Hulk.
I
Well,
don't have
Mr.
any.
Key, it's turned out that like a lot of even though I thought it was going to be like the whole John, maybe more like the John Byrne run of She-Hulk, which I've been told was really good. I think that it turned out a lot of fans that were disappointed with it. No offense if people enjoyed it. And Eric says Lorenzo Sleestakians Lorenzo Sleehawk likes the Hawk and She-Hulk because they have green skin.
If we're having more people come in, you could probably pull up the front cover. It's
Definitely. Please like and share, folks, if you like it, what you're seeing. And I have it ready to go. Is it the one that has it's got
the main character on front.
Octagon Princess in the middle? Is it?
You can show them the cover first with her pulling her glove. Yeah, it's a comic book I'm working on called Octagon Princess.
Cool.
So is this the main cover? I mean, this.
No, that's a character sheet. Sir.
Okay, because I showed the main cover when. Okay, I think I showed the main cover when you were. I can show it again in a minute.
Yeah, that's the that's.
Yeah, you have to give him a minute. He's working?
No, but the thing is that we have it. He sent me this, and so
he's trying to show off the stuff.
Right.
So what's this character right here? Is this the main character?
Yes, it is. Her name is Rin Kawamura. She's a Japanese American. And
so Gina Carano wouldn't make any sense playing a Japanese American character. Probably wouldn't work out too well.
No.
No.
Welcome, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
Thank you.
Okay.
The mighty Terry from Mighty Geek Studios is one of the founding members of the show. Oh, and yeah, please, folks, feel free to time that person out, or not just time them out, hide them from the channel. I've seen that person around on other channels, and yeah,
don't tell me you've been invaded by the porn bots.
No, this is just some
random bot
Joker, but not like a cool Joker, like the one from Batman. And thanks to whomever hit that person from the channel. Probably by the time Daniel Tech said High Tier Comics said something, somebody had probably already timed that person out. So I can load up. So do you want me to go back to the cover was the first thing I showed off, right?
Yeah.
I can go back to that if you want.
Okay, I'm back. Hold on. Give me 1 sec.
Well, it's going to take me a second to get this on the screen anyway. I believe this is the cover.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was grabbing grabbing dinner.
Oh, that's
that's the cover. That's the cover.
Yeah,
and you drew this yourself. I mean, this isn't the variant cover or anything. This is another one of your drawings.
When Kickstarter.
Okay, you're roboting a bit. Having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
I can kind of hear you.
I can kind of. I sort of hear you.
Okay, so
much better.
Okay, so I'll give a basic synopsis. Gave one earlier, but okay. So Rin Kawamura, she's a Japanese American fighter, and this comic's about her entering an all-female competition with 7 other fighters. I made the number. I made it 8 fighters in total, like to reflect like a Street Fighter. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a tribute to games like
Dead or
was it
Alive.
Dead or Alive, Street Fighter, etc. Yeah,
Are you excited for Street Fighter 6? It just occurred to me. I don't know if anybody else.
I am supremely excited. I love Street Fighter.
So go ahead and keep going. This is a comic book you've wrote. It's being published by Antarctic Press, by the way.
Hang on. Let me get rid of the.
Yeah. Already taken care of. By the time you mention it, it's already taken care of, and it only just kind of encourages the person to come back if you just.
Yeah, it's set in Ben Dunn's Ninja High School universe, which I'm excited.
Awesome.
I do plan for there to be an interconnecting story with some on Ninja High School, but that's sort of,
we're having a hard time hearing you. You're
I'm sorry.
roboting again.
If you have your phone near the mic somewhere, you may want to move it away because sometimes that's what interferes with the freaking mic. When we get the freaking thing.
This is fantastic artwork.
Yeah,
and thank you for going on the show. I've wanted you on before because I see your artwork. It's outstanding. I always love seeing it. But I've always wondered the story behind it, like.
Yeah. We'll have like sort of a B plot going on, but that ties into the main plot. But the focus is really on like the fact that these girls are going to be fighting in increasingly scandalous situations.
Yeah, I noticed. Like I was showing the artwork out of order, but the order you were showing, you had sent it to me. It looked like the characters were progressively like wearing like skimpier and skimpier outfits, which I'm perfectly fine with.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get away with showing you the safe work panels.
Yeah.
Or the pages.
So when is this coming out? Do you know yet? You're still in the process of creating this?
Yes, I'm still working on
okay. Well, it's an honor to see things but before it hits the shops,
They're great.
Yeah, there's a guy whose channel both Mighty Geek Studios and I used to go on. His name was Manny from Good Dog Press, and we got to see his comic. Yeah. We got to see him draw his comic book, and it was really cool, seeing it.
Yeah.
It's just it's always cool seeing like something before it hits the stores.
Or it hits a Kickstarter.
Yeah, people like. I mean, at least I love getting a sneak peek of things. It's.
Yep.
Then when it comes out,
it looks pretty cool.
I'm real excited to see it when it comes out. Because I've been anticipating it.
I think that's the best part.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. It's the best part.
Yeah, I actually really want to check out that this might be kind of controversial, but I want to check out that Mario Brothers movie now that there's been so much. The
Mario Brothers
people. Yeah. Viewers say that most of the viewers say they like it. A lot of the reviewers say they don't like it, and when it's something like that, I typically side with the viewers over
Yeah,
Yeah.
the biggest thing. The biggest thing is was a lot of critics nowadays. It has to hit their sensibility in some form or fashion, which is a kind of a stark difference with some critics like Cisco and Ebert. They try to be objective with what they try to do. So their own opinion, sometimes they try not to apply their opinion too much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sadly, both us, Gene Sisco and Roger Ebert, passed away. But I remember they would just argue. They would just
They would,
like viciously argue. And I've seen the
Yeah,
outtakes.
well, I mean,
I've seen the outtakes. The outtakes are even
usually the
worse.
movies they argued about were the ones everyone went to see.
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah, that
I
can
mean,
actually draw. Oh, hey,
yeah,
Carla,
but
welcome. Thanks, Carla, for joining us. Always a pleasure to see you.
yeah, but the thing is,
Whatever
with
happened to
Cisco,
Manny? I think
with
Manny's
Cisco and
spending time
Ebert.
with his family.
Yeah, but the thing is with Cisco and Ebert is that you could always hear the passion they have for what the
Right.
for what you
Oh,
know.
definitely.
Whatever movie
They're trying. Yeah.
Roger Ebert actually had directed a film. I think it was called Valley of the Dolls too, and it was an adult-oriented movie. I mean, like not just oriented, an adult
A rated
movie.
R movie.
I
Yeah.
think it was rated higher than R.
NC-17.
I think it was X back then.
It was
Hey,
it was good.
Hey, Mitiergard, welcome. Hi, Carla. Always great to see you.
Hey,
How's everybody doing? Says Mitiergard. Ask Mitiergard. I'm doing fine.
I sent some pages your way.
Okay. And Chad said he's chilling. Well, that's awesome.
Chilling like a
Always,
villain.
glad to hear people are doing well. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to briefly switch over to Daniel's a blank page. I thought
My
maybe there
empty
was something
screen.
on there, and
Hang on. Hang on.
I'll
Here, I'll put some cheesecake up for you.
okay, and I'm going to go and look at what's in the
Your
I'm gonna
standard
have-
cheesecake.
okay. People are greeting each other, and it's always great to see. And by the way, folks, please drop the links to your channels or your friends' channels in the chat. It's always appreciated.
So I feel like I should redraw this.
Oh, there was one more thing that I didn't highlight at all. Sorry, Daniel, but
Oh, no worries, man.
I probably should put this on the
No, go ahead, man.
screen if I can.
You're introducing
find
new
it.
IP. I'm just being a dork and showing stuff off.
No, that's fine. No, I actually asked you to. This is something that I was going to show before and didn't know how to fit this in. Let's see.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool.
Old 8 fighter.
These are
These are the
so
fighters.
you said so. These are the 8 characters you were talking about. The 8 fighters, like in Street Fighter.
Yeah,
They're legally distinct. I should add. It's not Street Fighter. It's
Well, we probably can't call them Mode Warriors, so.
yeah. I mean, yes, yeah, are from around the world, but I'm not going to call them world players. No.
Yeah, because that's thing. I mean, we love Capcom, but we don't want to get into a fight with Capcom.
yeah. Let's see.
Okay, going clockwise, I can tell you all their names. Ren Kawamura, Japanese American fighter. Second girl is Daisy Lee. She's like all American from the South.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. You're breaking up again.
By
By the way, folks, check out Chad's channel.
Switch.
And his Discord.
Using my tablet.
Yeah, I
You're
can
right.
barely. Yeah, I can barely hear you. Oh, he's switching over. Okay, but I'm digging the artwork that he drew.
Yeah.
It's really cool though. It's too that he's on that he's being published by Antarctic Press. He said, I didn't realize that they've been around for 40 years. I knew that they were like one
Antarctic
of the
Press
more
has been
widely.
around since the 80s.
Okay, I knew they were one of the more widely distributed indie comic book companies, but I didn't realize
It
that
comes
they were.
second under Dark Horse.
Yeah, Dark Horse is another that I hear about a lot. I think IDW is probably. So is that like the third largest, or would Image be? Is Image still around?
Image?
Yeah.
Image is still around.
Image is still around.
Image will always be around.
Testing.
Oh, there we go. That's much
Image
better.
will always be around
Testing.
because
We can hear.
Go
We can
ahead.
hear you, Dylan.
Nice. Yeah, I'm using my tablet now.
What were you saying, Terry?
I said Image will always be around because they're always looking for new books to put out. Because Image Comics as a whole owns nothing.
And I encourage people to check out the channels that Mr. T's dropping in the chat. And okay, Dylan, now that we can hear you, I'm looking forward to hearing about this roster. Would that be the right word?
Yeah, like roster of fighters. Yeah, I was gonna introduce them clockwise. So first is Rin Kawamura. I've talked about her. She is Japanese American. Japanese American MMA fighter. Second girl is Daisy Lee. She is like an all American, but she has a split personality, and that is like it was an inside joke between me and a writer. Like her split personality is like unexplainably like this Australian dominatrix. Like it works like launch on Dragon Ball. Well, not necessarily.
Why am I not surprised?
Let's see. Third girl is Naisha. The writer came up with the name. I don't know. I think it's Naisha. She's from India, and she is. She's very nervous, and she gets put in like the most provocative situations of all. Fourth girl, her name's JoJo. She's like definitely like a California party girl type. You'll see her at like raids and stuff, but she's also very skilled in fighting. Bottom one, her name is Li Jing. She is a mysterious Chinese fighter, possibly an assassin. The next girl is Amaya. She is she's the witch. She beats the shit out of people with her own shadow. And she's also dressed very provocatively.
So we have one who gives no meaning to the term shadow boxing.
Yes,
pretty
the butt,
much.
the butt.
But
And then the girl right there in the green, she's that's Sister Mary O'Brien.
you put a nun in this fight.
She beats ass in the name of Jesus.
You put a nun in this fight. Man, that's
Yes.
wrong.
Oh my gosh. I think that might violate church canons. I could be wrong.
Oh,
No,
It wouldn't in the
Obvious.
Orthodox
It's obvious.
Church. I
It's
don't know
obvious
about
to all of us.
Catholic Church.
Lorenzo has never heard of the warrior nun.
I'm just saying in the Orthodox Church, I don't.
Which is funny because this is
Or chaplain.
this is submitted by Antarctic, going to be submitted to or published by Antarctic Press, which been done,
Which is known for the warrior nun and a few others.
Mm-hmm.
She's definitely warrior nun inspired.
I thought so.
And then
I just never thought I'd see a nun get it.
Oh, by the
Go
way,
into the octagon.
I mean, you must have heard of Machine Gun Preacher.
Just saying goodbye to my
Oh,
friend.
I've heard of
Mr.
Shotgun
Matt.
Mary.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can you folks hear me? Can you folks hear me?
Yeah.
Just saying goodbye. I just saying goodbye to Mr. Matt. He's a real
later,
life
Matt.
friend from here in northern Michigan. Just
Okay.
thank you for joining us. It's always good to have you, buddy, and I hope you can come on the show sometime in the future and promote your art and music.
The only thing she allows.
Church violations are only like she allows. Oh, I see. You just read that.
In the
Go
final
ahead.
girl,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
and the final girl is Sally Thatcher. She's a British punk. She's like insultingly British. Like you can hardly understand a word that's coming out of her mouth.
Oh, you should have
Went there. You went there. I can't believe he went there.
A proper Scottish welcome. What did you say?
Both her and Sister Mary O'Brien, like they both like get into heated arguments, and like one is incoherently Irish and one is incoherently British.
Oh, jeez. You went there. You went there. I can't believe you went there. I can't believe you went there.
Yeah.
Well, there actually is a thing. Like if you go up like certain regions of the UK, one could argue that they're speaking a different language. Like up north, which used to be like the kingdom of Northumbria or Northumbria. I don't know if the H is pronounced, but and in Scotland, the Scots that had like hundreds of years of like. I mean, even if you go back even to Old English to Anglo-Saxon, and it was actually the Angle branch of the Angle tribe that was up in the north, and so southern England, that's actually Saxon. We call the language English from the Angles, but we're actually speaking Saxon. If you want
to be,
these are almost like these could be considered different languages,
Yeah.
Especially because people could be speaking and not even like necessarily comprehend what each other is saying. So anyway, I like that though. Incomprehensibly British and what was the other one?
Like incoherently Irish.
Oh yeah. And I actually I've met Irish people who are I have a really hard time understanding. Like I was just asking the guy where he's from, and like all the vowels were different.
Like I think I can at least get away with the Irish because I'm very Irish.
You can get away with all of it. That's not the issue here. The issue is that you're bringing back a hatred that's been going on for 300 years?
Oh shit!
So, do the characters actually speak in these different dialects or languages or whatever?
I mean, uh, I mean, when they talk, it's just like they all talk in English, but like when Sally or Mary talk, like you'll know.
Okay. Yeah, it's
You just have to stop them from throwing the first punch
that's
before they
that
climb
was
into
kind
the
of
ring.
it was a little different, but that's kind of the fun thing with Mark Twain was like his characters would speak and like these like Southern dialects, U.S.
Mhm.
Southern English that was like
You have to understand, most of his stories took place in the South, so
yeah, and he actually I don't know, might not have been like who knows if he could 100% accurately represent it on the page, but it was pretty interesting from a historical standpoint.
mhm,
So, and I think it made the stories a lot more realistic.
it did. That's why they loved it so much. Which is why a lot of people hate that they changed a lot of the words in these stories.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that lately with especially with Huck Finn, but
I know.
yeah, it's
They took the N
and
word out of Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer.
and I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think Mark Twain threw it in at a time when people were starting to question that word, and I think he put it
You got to
in there
remember,
for a
these
reason.
stories were written before the Civil War.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I figured he was doing that like to prove a point, but who knows? I mean, he was trying to. Seemed like that book was pretty anti-slavery.
it was. That's why I said it was written before the Civil War. So,
Yeah.
a
Wow.
lot of things in it was anti-slavery.
I and let's see. Yeah, English in different dialect. Yeah. So, well, that's really cool. I'm really hyped now because I'm not a linguist. I
You're a
there are
Sleestak, sir.
certain aspects of language, linguistic books that I don't
Mhm.
understand. Though I do have some linguistics books around my apartment, and that I sometimes read, and can actually read some of that stuff, like some of the textbooks and stuff, better than I can read fiction. But that's the cool thing
Right.
about comic books is I can at least look at the pictures and
Yeah.
hopefully get what's going on in the story a little bit better than if it's something like Huck Finn or that's something I have to listen to on an audiobook because I just struggle a lot with my dyslexia to
Right.
my reading comprehension. So, is there anything else? Any other image you want to put on the screen, or are you still describing the characters?
Um. I sent some pages your way.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm getting super hyped for this book. I'm gonna change the screen so the people a little bit. There we go. So the panelists can see each other. I know it's difficult for people to talk when they can't even see an icon or profile pic of each other, avatar or whatnot. Let's see. I'm going to. Yeah, these are really nice. What I'm seeing looks like I accidentally closed Discord.
Oof.
My my laptop only has 4 gigs of RAM, so
Oh shit.
sometimes
Oh,
I close tabs, just to. Just because of the RAM and also it if there's too many tabs open, I get confused. So let's see.
It's understandable.
So you did send. Oh, I see. Wow, you sent me a lot of stuff. Should I go in chronological order?
Yeah.
Well, this is. I'm trying to click on this. There we go. For some reason, it was trying to get me to. Yeah, I clicked on it wrong at first, and so it was wanting me to like, and send you a like. And I mean, I can just tell you I like your artwork. I'm not going to have to click like on each and every one of them.
Yeah.
Especially when we're doing a show. So let's see.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop sharing that, and I'm going to share this new thing that's.
And this other new thing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I had to blur the cheesecake on page 3.
Well, I'm liking the. I'm really liking.
Well, why did you say that? Why did you say you had to blur the cheesecake on page 3?
Well, because it's going to show up here, and
No, I say that because that's the first page everyone's going to go to when the book comes out.
well, no, just for YouTube.
You could have. In other words, you should have chosen another page. Pages like that you keep secret until the book comes out.
No, I was using that page as my marketing point. Like, hey, like you get to see the main character's side boob and ass.
So you said Jay Shiro. Did I pronounce his name right?
D Shiro. Yeah.
What's his first name or first initial or what?
I don't know. It's a pseudonym. It's his new pseudonym he's going under. But yeah, it's like brand new. It's like just the other day. I'm like, hey, what's this? I'm like, oh, that's my pseudonym, and I'm like, okay. I've been working on the art since January, and I'm about halfway done. It won't take me too long now. But yeah, I've been using page 3 as sort of like, hey,
look at what I did.
Look at what I did, and I noticed, it seems to garner a lot of attention.
I told you. That's the page everyone's gonna be excited for.
Yeah.
Unless there's others like it.
I've got the lettering, obviously isn't there yet. That'll be done when, that'll get started once, the art's done.
Okay.
This is page 1. She's training. I got flack from someone because they're like, oh, I took MMA. He's holding the pads the wrong way, and I'm like, that's not the focus of the book.
No, no, it isn't.
It's like, okay, I'll take that.
I'll take that under advisement.
But it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, the fighting is sort of the focus too, but it's like,
it's secondary.
It's the number. It's the second priority.
Beautiful. Now, the primary focus of this book is the girls. Period.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, yeah, there is a plot to it, and
you have to understand this is cheesecake meets mixed martial arts.
Yeah. It's like
hey, Herman P. Hunter, great to see you. Feel free to promote your book.
Oh, yeah, the high kicks she's doing, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cooter punch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm still I'm actually yeah, I will admit I'm still learning, and I think issue 2 will actually be a big jump from issue 1, cuz I tend to do that, like I improve really quick, and it's like, oh yeah, so it's like, I learn along the way, and obviously,
We all do. That's not, but that's beside the point.
right.
Point is, are you having fun doing this?
Oh, by the way,
Oh yeah.
pick up Wizard Stone, the Wizard Stone.
Oh
It's
yeah.
available on Amazon.com. Herman's books are available on multiple sites.
Her kick right there is actually supposed to be a reference to Sakura from Street Fighter.
Ah.
He meant the foot in the one panel.
Welcome,
The panel
Kurumi.
below it. I see what you mean.
And KE 949. Always it's great to see you both. And mid-tier guard. Oh, and Herman P. Hunter says, I am everywhere. Yeah, I definitely am impressed by how many different, with how many different places you distributed at, Herman. Like, it's just, that's really what I think what people, that's what I really think people need to do is be widely distributed, because, it's like, I know there's people and they only go and crowdfund and it's only on one platform, and then something happens with that platform and they get shadow banned, or something happens, and that's what's so cool about what dealing with, that you're publishing something through Antarctic Press, which people can find multiple locations. I mean, that is awesome.
So how did you get involved with Antarctic Press?
I actually met Ben Dunn through Facebook, and we sort of really hit it off. He liked my artwork, and it's like I just kind of got in that way. It's like now I'm actually putting out some stuff for his upcoming Tomorrow Girl swimsuit special with like featuring like Common America. I went in. I drew some Ninja High School characters, like the mom, like the.
Oh no, you didn't put the mom in a bikini, did you?
Wait, you mentioned Tim and Mark's Common America?
Yeah, Common. Yeah. It's
now being published by Antarctic also.
I thought that was Iconic. Is it crossover?
Yeah, it's like a.
Yeah, they're doing a crossover as fuck.
They're doing a crossover, yeah.
Oh yeah. I've got. Was this the Tomorrow Girl crossover?
Yeah.
Tomorrow
Because
Girl.
Tomorrow Girl was
wait a second.
an American
Ninja
Ninja High School thing.
Yeah, which Octagon Princess is actually set in the Ninja High School universe, and we realized while writing, showing my the writer who's helping me, we were looking at Ninja High School. He realized, he realized he was taking the plot far too seriously when writing it at first. And he's like, "Oh, well, I can go ape shit," and like next
oh, that's really cool. I'm sorry.
like, well, yeah.
I'm wondering about the crossover. Is the crossover with Tomorrow Girl, or is this a different crossover?
Just like a general sort of like AP bikini swimsuit special. That's where.
Oh, yeah, I just heard about that the other day. I see. Yeah, in fact, I was I was retweeting stuff today that had to do with the bikini special. You're talking about the brand new thing?
Yeah, it's like brand new.
This is something Xenoscope does all the time, especially with their military appreciation issues.
Tim's been on the channel a couple times. You know, kind of briefly. He's a busy guy, but I consider him a friend of the show. Always been really nice to me.
Everyone loves Tim.
Which Tim?
Tim Lim.
Oh, you know, I never actually talked to him on voice chat.
Yeah, I haven't many times, but it was real fortunate to like one of the times we had a guy Mike Pickles on with him and Shabby have this book. Was it I think it's called Vestry. Have an entire series of books and in this Vestry series. And Pickles is from England, and Shabby is from the Czech Republic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just like it was fun because Pickles and Tim were joking around. The problem was Daniel was trying to promote his stuff, and they're kind of messing around with him a bit. I think I think they were just basically just joking back and forth. I don't know. They weren't trying to be rude to Daniel. Do you remember that, Daniel?
Probably not.
It was like every time, like you'd be like trying to promote you were just like talking about your artwork, and then Pickles would talk about like sitting on the toilet drinking.
Oh yeah, that annoyed me.
It was all.
They did that on purpose.
Yeah, no, they did that on purpose.
They were trying to get a rise out of Daniel.
Yeah, they were just being silly, and as I said,
I have to admit, it did work. They did get a rise. They did get a rise out of you.
Yeah, I know. It's one of the few times I've ever actually got mad or at least got upset.
No, you wasn't supposed to get mad. You were supposed to put a stop to it. That was the whole point.
Oh.
Well,
so you want?
One of the reasons I have you on here is I think you kind of balance things off, Daniel. You also do an awesome job with your artwork, and you're very dependable and loyal and all that stuff. But I think it's good to because I can get so extreme with stuff, and it's good to have someone who acts as a co-host who can kind of keep things a little more on task.
Right.
Otherwise this channel.
Otherwise, you go off into a super tangent of the
it would descend into complete chaos.
Yeah, you go into like 5 different tangents before we're done with the first one. Like, how the hell?
Like I was supposed to be loading a page. And so let's see. Oh, here's another page. I'm going to be. I keep forgetting that I don't want to long press it, or else it just ends up working as a like function on Discord when I long press a photo.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna switch over to so you're trying something right now then.
Yeah, I'm just doing whatever. I'm trying to do a picture of 2B from near Ultima. I just realized I should probably start drawing stuff for Comic-Con.
Oh shit!
And thanks, Mr. T, for greeting people.
I'll have something for print.
Hey, go ahead and send me a friend request on Discord. Whenever you're not.
Or what?
whatever friend request on Discord. Whenever everyone here. Yeah, we can. I could probably come on a lot more regularly.
Cool.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, we're trying to. I've been kind of playing around with the format of the show a bit, where I'm trying to keep the interact more, even more than I had before with the chat. Encourage them to promote their projects and their friends and their channels, their friends' channels and whatnot, because I want this. I want everybody to be, and even dropping the StreamYard link in the chat, because when I was a little kid, we just had all we had was television, like the internet, or the kind of the roots of the internet technically existed for like a few people who had mainly business owners and some college students or whatever, but it was all text based, and so it was just like we had television, but there was no way to really interact with it. What I love about live streams is the ability for the audience to blur with, there's a blur between the viewers and the people who are on the panel. It's not just a spectator thing. Even if somebody's watching the replay, they can just they can put comments in the comment section.
Right.
I love getting that feedback. And we've been getting quite a bit of feedback lately, and I really appreciate everybody involved, whether even if they don't leave feedback, it's cool.
Maybe here in a sec, you could probably skip to page 3, and we can just show off the.
I just loaded something on screen.
Right now, I'm trying to demuscle a 2B. I got really too used to drawing muscular female characters. So I'm just, it's me going, I need to stop doing that.
Interesting.
I would say I have the opposite problem. When I'm drawing female superheroes, I'm usually picturing them in a bikini of some sort.
Okay, yes, this is page 2 right here.
Oh, this is page 2, so I can skip to page 3. That's going to take me a second, but let's see. Because remember, I don't have a lot of RAM in this. I'm just using a Chromebook. So
just remember the disclosure.
That's what she said.
Yeah, this is blurred, so it should be safe. And if it turns out
not intended for those under the age of 13.
What?
Not intended for those under the age of 13.
I don't think I don't think YouTube is intended for little kids.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop them.
That doesn't stop the little kids. The little kids know how to get into everything. That YouTube says is not for them.
Not for them.
Here we go. So this is of course
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. I had to.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad you did. Otherwise, we could get bounced off the air. And if
not only that, not only that, we'd all be labeled as perverts.
Well, I mean, I don't think.
I think that's already said.
Then again, that wouldn't be too much of an insult for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're a little late on that, mainly because since I do not safe for work stuff,
I know.
That one, man.
I know. That's why I said that's. Which is not, that's why I said this is not an insult for us.
Yeah,
yeah, that ship sailed a long time ago.
yeah, way long time. Let me put it to you this way: I have a.
He was in second grade when he was first labeled a pervert.
I got caught drawing. I got caught drawing Storm with boobs, and I got in trouble for it.
See?
So what
No, and
is
I
it?
actually think that was fifth grade. No.
No, that wasn't fifth grade. That was fourth grade. You got caught
Yeah,
with
actually,
Storm.
you're right. Fourth grade. You guessed correctly. I think it was fourth grade.
I think it's great.
That's
Story
people because
better
they're the only
than-
ones that
than,
remember
even
exactly
Daniel
what I
does.
did. The
Ooh,
thing
I
is,
got in trouble for drawing Jean Grey with a very large bust.
well, the thing
Richard
is,
Dark
I
says
drew
embrace your
Storm.
culture side. Your
As
true
I drew
self.
Storm, but I drew Storm for the Storm from the 90 from the 90 show.
Right.
So
I got in trouble for drawing a character with a gun. Like it was like this like action comic. I was like drawing in my sketchbook.
Oh, did you draw? You drew that in school, didn't you?
Yeah, I was just drawing in my
That's
sketchbook.
what I thought. That's why you got in trouble, because you shouldn't have been drawing that in school.
Yeah.
So
I take it back. I wasn't. I
embrace
was a
your
decent middle school for that. But I got in
Richard
trouble for
Dark
that. I think it was my first year in middle school.
says embrace your culture side. Your true self.
So,
Hi.
Awesome.
No, we
I like
were
that,
we were
I
too
know
busy
that
embracing the
things
human
like-
race.
Yeah, but you see okay. Let me put it this way. I have a safe for work comic subscribe star and a not safe for work comic on subscribe star. And right now, the not safe for work comic on subscribe
Outselling the
star
safe for work. I know.
is the one that's picking up readership, and you can see me banging my head.
The not safe for work one is picking up more readership than the safe for work one. I know.
I know. I was like
So wait a second, Dylan. What is the name of your comic book again?
Octagon Princess.
Octagon Princess.
Octagon Princess.
Yeah. What are you doing, dude?
Huh?
I'm asking Lorenzo what's he doing.
I'm still spreading the word about the show. So.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. I was like, oh god.
So what's going on in this? This looks like. Are they in the John, or why are they? Why?
She's in the shower.
Nudity?
She went to go
In the
take a
locker
shower.
room.
Locker room.
Okay.
It's a locker room scene.
Yeah.
So you're getting your so you're getting your cheesecake for that scene.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, if you're gonna do a sports comic, you got to have a little bit.
Yeah. I'm going to go and look and see. I know you sent me some more stuff, so let's see. Not the easiest with Discord. I have to pop open a.
Oh, this isn't even the updated page. I had actually went in and fixed some shading issues in the final PDF.
Oh.
Yeah. So, the final PDF will have much. The rendering will be a little better in the final product.
Uh-huh.
I like what you're drawing, Tech, Daniel.
2B from near Ultima.
Very cool.
Yep. Yeah, very nice. I need.
I'm in the process of. Let's see. I'm going to.
But yeah, because I'm trying to figure out what if when I get something like this completed, would you guys how would if you guys go out and buy prints for artwork? What besides for full color, what would be most interest for y'all? If you know, what would make you get that piece?
Well, I'd have to see the black and white line work first.
Well,
If you
when I get that. Let's see here, because I had some stuff here.
How about I present the next?
Because I did this. Would you
Oh
buy this?
wow!
Oh yeah.
That's amazing.
that would sell. That would sell everybody.
Is that the Raven?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
Raven. I
that would sell everyone.
I
And
do
Hail
believe I
Raven
still.
for the Cult of
I do
Raven
believe
members
I.
out there who might be watching.
And you might get in trouble with DC for that one.
Why is that?
Raven is not supposed to look that good,
That-
Yeah,
even though she's not a teenager.
Actually, I still have prints, leftover prints from her from the last time I printed this.
Uh,
I did this for 22, and so this is in 300, 350 DPI, just to cover myself.
I've seen all sorts of stuff with Raven, and some of these things I can't even describe on air. It's pretty interesting. Some
Actually, I
Raven
saw-
and
actually,
Starfire,
most of the things with Starfire are even worse.
yeah, the stuff with Raven and Starfire together.
Yeah, no, there's a lot
But
of people.
very, very interesting, I'll say, and I won't go. It's just stuff I didn't even intend finding. I just typed in Raven and Starfire to Twitter, and you probably shouldn't. You should probably put your filter on if you don't want to see things that are
Yeah.
a little way not
Because I
just,
did-
more than a little spicy with those two. Wow.
Yeah, because
and very creative.
I did
Yeah.
this. Because I did this. Scarlet Witch
hmm
and this Starfire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh wow.
Actually, this one sold the best.
You want to know why?
The boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think her forehead is a little too tall, but not I'm looking at it.
First of all, no one was looking above her boobs.
I mean, I could probably redo this now.
You probably could, but I'm just saying, when you first put it up there, no one was looking above her neck.
That's true.
So
She had the Tower Girl effect.
so I'm going to go back to Octagon.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, so this is again the full title, Octagon.
Princess.
Princess.
Huh?
Princess.
Octagon Princess.
Yes.
Yes.
The page is a little blurry on the screen I'm looking at. Maybe it's just me.
It's weird because I've had to.
It's not blurry on my screen. And my screen is smaller than yours. I know.
Zoom in on these photos, these images for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's walking out of the gym. She's getting advice from another fighter about accepting accepting a contract, but she's like, well, I just can't for personal reasons.
Mm.
And then obviously later she's forced into she has no choice but to enter
Into the tournament.
Yep.
It's usually how it goes.
Right. And yeah, if you notice, I like drawing my women with abs, so I have her in a tank top.
Oh, you like the female bodybuilder.
Yeah, I mean, I like more toned kind of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The female bodybuilder in the tone division.
Well,
yeah.
I think Daniel's kind of like that too, right? I mean,
You're
because not just the stuff I've seen you draw, but like some of the things I've seen you retweet.
Yeah.
And that was actually, it gave me some stuff to follow. It was some interesting stuff for like research purposes.
Yeah. Usually a lot of stuff I'll follow. And
it is actually good research, but I'm not an artist, so but I did appreciate.
I'm sure you did.
It's cool seeing all these different fitness, very female bodybuilders, and Was it's not always like the stereotype. Like I think a lot of people just have the stereotype of some woman who's like maybe taking male hormones or something like that, and that's not really.
You have to understand. You have to understand the nature of the beast.
Yeah, it's not every bodybuilder does that. I mean,
No.
and then met a male bodybuilder, and he was telling me about how when these bodybuilders when they go on stage, like for these competitions, some of them it sounds like some of them don't drink water or something, so it shows off their
Yeah,
muscles.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like what they did do with like Hugh Jackman in like the Wolverine movies. He doesn't drink, like he's like dehydrated. That's why he looks so incredibly ripped.
Yeah, I think most people seem to not understand that there's a balance the human body can take. So to get that rip, you have to do some extreme stuff, and
Yeah.
it's just as bad to your health as it is being uber fat. And
Exactly.
so you got to start
Your body's not designed to carry too much muscle.
basically. Well, basically the body has a circuit on it, a limit breaker, I guess if you want to put it that way.
Mhm.
This is you look at all anime and manga references, they reference a limit breaker of some sort.
Yeah.
They're referencing that to what the actual human body does, because if there's no if there was no limiter, our bodies can actually do superhuman feats. We could
Yeah.
actually lift cars by ourselves, run stupid
Yeah.
run big
Yeah, I've heard
businesses
about that.
in seconds.
Basically, is what they call the One Punch Man effect, where
Yeah,
Saitama broke his limiter.
and then the thing is that in real life, to break that limit, it would also mean to break the body quicker.
Exactly.
It's so, but it's a thing that if you go in two different directions, so if you whether you go to extreme obesity or you go to extreme muscle, you're breaking
You break.
you're breaking the limit of what your body can actually physically handle, and
Yeah.
you're gonna fall apart eventually. And most people do not tend to understand that. So this is so video games and what have you, where the character is ripped with like muscle on top of muscle. We can look like that, but we can't realistically, hold that
You,
kind of.
you can't hold that very long.
Yeah,
Most
realistic.
will give you about 2 years.
Yeah, because like actually, now that I think about like, and nobody likes this game. The Last of Us 2,
Mhm.
The model for Abby, the body model.
Oh,
She did all the muscle to get ripped and want to have you, but then she had to like go uh I guess gain some weight, like cut some calories, not like that,
she had to
but
put on more body fat in order to survive.
yeah, because her gut was like basically screaming at her.
Hmm.
I assume that's the same for every other
Yeah.
bodybuilder type, is that they'll go into one mode so that they'll have their body ready for the show. After the show, they jettison everything and try to
Hmm.
go back to a normal body weight or type, because it's practically doing damage over time.
That's what Arnold Schwarzenegger said. Cheat days are your friend.
Hmm.
If you don't think he cheats every now and then, you're wrong. Especially when he was bodybuilding.
Oh, by the way, Dylan, what are we looking at now?
Oh, I could probably send you another page because it's her walking down the streets of like Los Angeles, and it's like really shitty. She's basically reflecting. She wouldn't have, her family wouldn't have moved there if it wasn't like this like 10 years ago, and then it transitions to like 10 years ago, and yeah, I think I'll go ahead and send you like the flashback panels. Uh, uh, because I already told you her backstory, so I'm gonna go ahead and send you that. Um, so transition from
California to Japan,
Mhm.
and you get a sense of her backstory. Sending those to you now.
Okay, I'll have to. Oh, I keep thinking it keeps looking like StreamYard's reloading, but it's not reloading the chat. So let's see. Okay, so this reads 10 years ago. It'd take me a second to get this. I'll switch over to Terry for now.
Oh wow.
Oh, there's nothing.
I didn't realize you had your camera on. Did you just turn that on?
I just turned it on.
Okay, just
Okay.
making sure I'm.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the pattern for 2B's chest area. So I'm having problem.
Actually, if you want to make it easy on yourself, just
Mhm.
draw a heart upside down. That's the easiest way to do. I know to do it.
Yeah, because there's so many there's so many characters. It's just I'm trying to be careful with characters.
I know. I know. I know you're trying to be careful, but I'm just saying that
Welcome,
would be the
Geass.
best way to do it.
We're joined by Master Geass.
Hey, Geass.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
what you doing?
Oh,
Probably more games.
we're talking about art and talking about a comic I'm working on. Hi, nice to meet you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Geass is comes from my group from my Discord from my group of
You're a group of degenerates.
more or less. You know, my friends, my clients, and my
Yeah.
followers.
Well, you might as well tell everyone the truth.
Well, he's one of my moderators on my Discord, so
Okay.
So
that makes him a degenerate like the rest of us.
Well, you may want to ask him that one, but because I can neither confirm nor deny.
I know this.
I plead the fifth.
Why?
Because
everyone will know you're lying then.
Oh, sure.
Oh, and Geass, what are you showing off?
This is Revi.
Oh wow.
I've been after Daniel to draw her for the past year.
Is this something he drew?
Yes. I should have had this drawn.
So he did finally get around to it.
Yeah, I did finally get around to it.
This is something that I get on my artist friends' case about cases. I don't know. I get on their case about about it because there's a lot of artists take too long sometimes, or they end up getting backlogged with stuff.
Yeah, I paid for her in the Black Friday sale of 2021.
I thought it was 2022.
No, it was definitely like I had posted the references before Black Friday sale last year.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well,
and I remember posting them after I paid you for them.
Ah. Okay, well, 2021.
Well.
Oh, never.
Still here. Oh, got to head out. Well, thanks for joining us, Herman. Always great to see you. I think it's okay to say. So that's Jeff. I don't know. You guys have seen Jeff around in the chat before, Jeff Potts. I think you guys have.
Probably. If we were paying attention.
Yeah, he's in Rick Piper's chat. He's in Chris from Hero Shack.
And I've probably seen him.
Yeah, yeah. But he uses both Jeff Potts and Herman P. Hunter. The thing is, there's already a writer called Jeff Potts, so he explained this before in chat. There's already a writer with the same exact name, so that really does suck if your name is like
Already used. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, you can't use your name. But I think that happens with Hollywood actors, like
Well, you know why
might even-
Michael B. Jordan. You know why Michael B. Jordan uses his middle initial, right?
Well, Jordan's got to be a really common name, I would think.
No,
At least-
because of his first and last name. He can't use it without the B, otherwise he'll be mistaken for a basketball player.
Oh, Michael B. Jordan, I see.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
and-
yeah.
But like
That's
both the
good.
name Michael and Jordan have got to be fairly popular names. I know
Well,
Michael.
I mean, you want some people want to name their kid after a famous player because they're dumb. No,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like naming your kid after a video game character. You're just like
Yeah, it is.
Well, Michael is a fairly common name, man.
Hmm?
Michael's a fairly common
is
name.
fairly
Michael's a pretty
common.
common name. Yeah, it's fairly it's an European name, but it's very
Yeah.
popular because
Well,
yeah.
Michael's
Well,
a
maybe-
name.
well, that
of
is-
an
well, that
archangel.
might-
It's like it's a name. It's I don't
It's the
know.
name of- it's also
It's
the
a
name
name
of a-
originally from Hebrew, I think.
It's also the name of a saint and
Well, yeah.
an archangel.
Yeah.
It's
So
an archangel, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
An angel or an archangel?
Don Miguel.
An archangel. Yeah.
finished,
Archangel, okay, yeah.
Saint Michael the Archangel. So what are we looking at right here? Right,
I just wanted to say one more thing before we move on. Ever see the film Office Space?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What about it?
One of the characters was named Michael Bolton.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You remember.
His name was Michael Bolton, and he kept getting mistaken for the singer of the same name.
Where people kept bringing it up. You know, like,
Right.
he hated Michael Bolton because of the correlation, and when those
Yeah.
people came in for review, he had to pretend he liked him because his job was dependent on it.
That's what. Those one of those times you want to go. Fuck this job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great movie. But what are we looking at right now, Dylan?
This is showing a flashback to Rin Kawamura. She's here. She's winning a junior martial arts tournament. She received her trophy, and then it shows her mother receiving a phone call, about her father. And obviously, showing her past, and it all goes downhill from there. It's only like 2 pages, but it really gets the point across.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. And we got a second page to accompany that, right?
Yeah, I sent it your way.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to. Let's see. Oh, maybe I don't have that. I thought I already had that up. Here we go. Gonna take a minute. I'm gonna go over to what Geass is doing. So Geass uses layers when he does his color work.
Yeah.
Daniel is typically the artist for. Typically, Geass will commission something, and Daniel will.
I mean, I'm
Sometimes he'll put your own spin on things, and
no. Well, I mean,
put your own ideas in there.
it's interesting to see people take what I've done and they'll make their own piece out of it. Because I've seen people who
people.
yeah they'll make their own piece, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like that, they took what I made and then they kind of expanded on it. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
But you sometimes take some artistic liberty too.
Yeah.
Like somebody who commission you for something, you might come up with an idea and insert that, and
Yeah, I mean, I don't do it.
It can be a little controversial, and
Well,
also,
most of the time, a lot of the stuff I do is since a lot of the work I ever get commissioned for is often of the not safe for work variety. So a lot of it is going to be not controversial, no matter what I do.
no. I mean, like Geass will mention, oh well, included this thing or that. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, like last Friday, I finally got 2 pictures out of Daniel that I commissioned over a year ago.
Sorry.
And the other one involves green women.
Yeah, we can't show that one though.
That's my curiosity.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't show that one. We can show you off stream.
Which green woman?
Women.
The green woman who I said was the centerfold for Club Magazine.
Yes.
Oh, I think these are OCs.
No, they're plant ladies. It's just that. Yeah, these are.
The one that goes into Furry Illustrated.
Yeah.
That one.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but basically, we're do it's basically it's not safe for work, so we can't show that here, and so we wish.
Right.
I mean, I can show it to you guys.
I don't like how puritanical YouTube is, but unfortunately, we have to go along with them, and so.
Yeah, I really wish showed it to you guys. If also was Geass's permission, of course, but unfortunately, YouTube would ban
Lorenzo for life.
Yeah, they would do it so fast. Linda Lorenzo will barely have time to ask a question.
And but fortunately, one thing we can show is something that Dylan drew.
Pretty much.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, the next page.
Gotta zoom in on that as much. That's as much as I can zoom in.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
So what are we looking at?
Oh, here they're at the hospital, and she still has the trophy in her hands, but she's just learning that her father died in a car accident because he passed out from collapse from being overworked.
Oh yeah, you're saying that. Trying to remember.
Yeah.
So let's see. See you later, Stack, dude, and everyone else. Well, thank you so much for watching, Mr. T.
Yeah.
This is a different Mr. T than the. Oh, feel free to promote your channel.
I pity the fool. Yeah, sorry, I had to get it in there.
Yeah, that was a classic Mr. T. The other Mr. T. Fine. So this is after. So he collapsed dead was.
Yeah. So as I was explaining earlier, her father worked for this multimedia empire, right? And he was so overworked, he fell asleep. He passed out at the wheel, and he ended up crashing, right? This is the same corporation that funded all of her tournaments and stuff, and so she put off fighting competitively altogether.
Well, hey, Simple Jack. Thanks for joining. Wait, did I even spell that right? Oh, I'm just trying to say hi, Jack, and I didn't. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of dramatic, but it's but it's like like you had to, I had to like at least give the character some sort of uh, like emotional weight behind it. So she vows to never fight competitively, but one night she's given an offer she actually can't refuse, so she ends up being forced to fight in an all-female tournament called Extreme Octagon X. With 7 other fighters, and the whole gist behind it is that, like, obviously they're being exploited uh, uh, by this company, for views, because they get into like more provocative situations, you know. Yeah, but there's a very personal reason for why she has to enter, and you'll see that in in the final book in the later pages. And there is a sort of a whole thing going on with the corporation, whole kind of shady deal that you'll figure out as it goes along. And which I'm really excited about because it ties into Ben Dunn's Ninja High School universe. And I do plan for to divide each volume with like I guess volume 1 would be like 8 issues. I would call that season 1, and then there would be a season 2, in which I would introduce more fighters. But I would get really crazy with the next season, because if you know anything about the Ninja High School comics by Ben Dunn, is that they're crazy, and that's where I want to introduce like crossover characters from other Antarctic Press titles, and it's like I'm starting small with my own characters, and then as it goes out, like I kind of want to make this like a hub for like other characters to like make an appearance. Kind of like when video games have like crossovers,
Mm-hmm.
or they have like their own little plot.
Oh, hey, the Gaming Machine, welcome. Always a pleasure to see you.
So yeah, it's like this is just something for fun that I want to do, because it's like just like it's just fun writing for these characters and not taking it like deathly serious. It's like it's fun, a little raunchy, just an overall good time. And yet, while giving the characters some emotional weight behind them, because it's like it's like I do still want there to be a story, and yeah.
Oh, well, you stay safe as well, Guard. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And if people like what they're seeing, please like and share. Been having a hard time figuring out when exactly to go and create the StreamYard link, and have, like, if I create it too early in the day, then people might think that I'm streaming in the morning or something when it's not till late afternoon or early evening or whatever.
Right. So I do plan on launching this on Kickstarter, well, like I'm gonna wait till the art's finished, so like there isn't too long of a wait. because I know that tends to be a problem with for that some creators run into. So like maybe I want to do like stretch goals or tiers. Like there could be like a digital deluxe version where you get like a little side story that's like just like complete cheesecake, like nothing but cheesecake. Or maybe some posters, and I do, like I said earlier, I plan. I talked with Ben Dunn about a variant cover drawn by him,
Well, I mean,
which I am super excited about.
well, I do commission work. So you guys ever need a cover or something to something else?
Do I not?
If you ever need a cover or something, I do commission work too.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, the more the merrier. We could I was thinking about doing posters. It's like I've never, I've been a part of Kickstarters before, but I've never actually, I've never actually done one that's exclusively like my comic. And it's like, it's like, well, I'm thinking, well, what do we do? I only have like 2 other people on this, and it's like, well, what do I do, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, yeah, I could probably. I mean, yeah, that'd be totally awesome. Like, get like posters done by like other people,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah,
Posters are pretty easy.
not,
Once you know the story, that's when the posters get pretty easy.
Yeah.
right. yeah, I'd be totally glad to, have you part of the stretch goal, like featuring like other artists.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, when you do something, yeah. When you do stuff like that, hey, these are among the many other talented artists. Heck, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm friends with quite a few artists, so I'm thinking, maybe once I get something going, I could probably get my other artist friends to like draw something because
Yeah.
So Terry, what are you drawing? It looks like you're drawing some sort of sword. Is that a katana?
Actually, it's the back cover of a ash can.
So what kind of swords are those? Katanas or?
Katanas.
Okay, I'm glad I got something right tonight. I don't know.
Katanas are easy to spot.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm available whenever you do you get your Kickstarter or Indiegogo going.
yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited. Because it's like, this is this is it right here. I've done like one shots before, but I'm really hoping this is like my breakout thing. I'm like super nervous, and but it's like I'm super excited too because it's like I finally feel like I'm giving something to people that might be interested in this kind of thing because you get this kind of stuff all the time with like manga, but how often do you see like a Western like an American-made comic that's cheesecake like this nowadays?
Not too much.
Not too much.
If you're a creator, it's like well, it's like if you're a creator over here nowadays, you kind of have to do it yourself because you're not going to get.
You're not going to get Marvel or DC. No.
Right.
Not if you want to do something with a lot of cheesecake. No.
Yeah, it's like. It's like. It's like. I was too young to be around for the big comic speculator boom in the 90s, but
Oh, you mean where everyone was buying number ones?
yeah, and it's like, and it's like, it kind of sucks. I'm like, at the time right now where
I've
pretty
got
much
news for you, my friend. That wasn't the first time, and it won't be the last time.
yeah, my yeah, I'm 25 now, and like pretty much for the past few years, like pretty much most of my adulthood, I've been watching comics go down the toilet.
Of course.
I mean, most of us are most of us are '80s kids, so we grew up with a lot of the old stuff, and
Yeah.
actually, I kind of got pretty tired of them taking a dump on Peter, Spider-Man. Like,
Yeah,
Spider-Man's
most
our
of
best
us did.
Yeah,
Most of us did. That's
like, yeah, but you've been taking
that's
a
why
dump
we
pretty
got
hard on him.
into other characters.
And it's like, you guys are taking a dump on him pretty hard for characters you guys love the most.
I know. Dude, I went from Spider-Man to Daredevil.
Oh yeah, I loved it. I love Daredevil. I actually did an Electro drawing recently. It's I could probably send it to Lorenzo because I posted it in the server actually.
So what are
One of my favorites was Richard Dragon from DC.
Here I sent some to you.
yeah. Going to have to close some tabs. I don't have to make it easier for me to program and also to keep track of.
Kind of debating what color to make Revy. I didn't actually
yeah.
thought too much about that.
What was she gonna be for the most? And, I'm trying to remember, dude.
She's a bounty hunter.
Bounty hunter.
Maybe neutral colors.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Shadowhawk Talks. We've got
Go with the neutral tones for that one.
Shadowhawk Talks is greeting everybody. So
Hello.
I do.
we've got
You do.
colorist Geass right now. The green stuff is just layers. His way of coloring involves different layers.
Well, the green thing is help me find little gaps the fill tool misses.
Oh, okay.
Tool misses.
Mhm.
I basically choose a color I'm not going to use for the rest of the picture. Daniel has suggested gray, but given how much gray I use, that doesn't really work.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. So I mean, it's what what works best for you is
We've
what
also
color you
got
should use.
Tarion from Mighty Geek Studios.
Yeah.
He's drawing what is an ash can.
Yeah.
Terry's one of the co-founders of the show. I think Daniel, I'd say you're really one of the earliest panelists too. I think Terry might have been
Me,
show.
Daniel, and
very first panelist.
Rick Piper.
Yeah, it was Rick, myself, Terry.
And Bao.
It wasn't Rumble Terry because Rumble was on other like everybody else's show. So
yeah, I'm trying to remember if he was on here or not. So Bao to D-Wag, great to see you. So there's like Bao, Hail, Ahoy. There's a few different. I'm trying to think the other phrases that I've seen people use. Happy birthday. That's another thing is to wish everybody a happy birthday. It's everybody's birthday every day. That's
happy birthday.
Thank you. Even though you say this is the what, 4th month of the year? Yeah, about 8 months early for mine.
Well, mine's in August. So
we actually had a customer come in today whose birthday it is.
And so another panelist we have on is Daniel from High Tier Comics and Tech
Yeah,
Corner. Two different
two different
two
things.
different
Yeah,
brands for two different.
types of things I do.
Yep.
But I may be putting the safe work on hold while I try to, because I'm right now I'm trying to focus on getting a place of my own, so I'm trying to not have my attention to spot. And right now, since the safe work is not really taking off, I'll probably put
It will the moment you start it.
yeah.
That's the only problem with it.
Yeah.
Channel Hawk Talk says he's really high.
Well, I mean, the thing is that I was expecting way too much out of it, and I was hoping I would have like at least a couple people by now, but nobody's touched it, nobody's looked at it. And like, okay, well, I guess I can safely put this on hold while I try to do things like get an apartment and whatnot. So what I'm gonna end up doing is
I was trying to announce who's on the panel. I'm sorry to interrupt.
yeah.
We also
Because,
have Dylan making his first time on the panel.
Hey, how's it going?
John,
Hi.
All right, it's moving.
welcome to the
and,
madness.
Could you just
Welcome
say
to the Black Parade.
anything about your comic, Ben?
And so-
Here's some Electra fan art I did.
Yeah, it looks great.
Nice.
It's actually a redraw of something I did in 2015. Uh,
I've done a few of those. Let me see which one I can actually show.
Well,
without getting
Daniel,
in trouble.
that goes to show that we're not alone in this.
Mhm. Let me see if I can find one that I can't get.
Speaking of which, Lorenzo, I will show you the green
Okay.
women once I get around to coloring them. They're still on
Okay,
line art.
that's good.
Okay.
I like my green
So,
ladies.
So the one on the right was 2015, I think. 2015, 2017. And the one on the left is 2022. Or like near the end of 2022. So yeah, I've leveled up some here and there. So
okay, so you went from
but yeah, no, your Electra is pretty damn good.
I sent Lorenzo one from 2015 and an entirely different drawing from 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, welcome, Elle-C. I've got the StreamYard link is pinned, and welcome, Tim. If you don't have a wrench, I can always make you a mod. Let's see. What I'm going to do is we've got an artist on from Antarctic
Press.
and comic book company that's distributed at least nationwide, probably in some other countries as well. Is Antarctic? Can you get that up in Canada? Do you know?
Oh, that's one from 2015 right there. Yeah. Okay, that's not.
And so this is a really old drawing.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
so
yeah. That's.
What did she get into a fight with?
I don't know. I never figured that out. Like 8 years later, I never figured that out.
What did
For
she
anyone
get into?
watching this is not representative of what I do now. but yeah,
Whatever it was is not of the earthly plane. I know that much.
Right. And then I sent one from 2012. It's Billy and Mandy fan art.
Oh man, who doesn't like Billy and Mandy?
But
It
they're
was a
anime.
fun show.
Yeah, it's gonna
That was.
take me a minute to. Yeah, I enjoyed that show. I don't know, has that been reissued like on DVD or Blu-ray?
I don't know. Most of us are still looking for it, so.
Tim Morris says Dylan's side-by-sides are hilarious. Dude improves insanely quickly over just a few short years. Yeah, it's
Oh, welcome, Melinda. Thanks for joining. If people like what they see, please like and share. It really is appreciated. It looks like I don't know what's going on with the. I think. I think what's happening is I'm trying to highlight. I think I'm gonna have to clear out my cache pretty soon. Thumbs up, says Melinda. Tim says you can only get it in the Antarctic. That is not true. That is a rumor, my good sir. But
Uh-oh.
we must translate all our books into Penguin. Luckily, the polar bears speak German, so
I'll be right back.
also a pain.
Hey, I'll be right back.
I would think they speak Icelandic or something, but I guess no, that wouldn't be. Whatever they're speaking, whatever the Inuits up in Greenland speak.
It depends.
A full custom hot dog. Yeah, there could be a range of languages, and so what characters do we have on the screen now, Daniel?
Oh, he just stepped away from.
I can focus on your stuff, Terry.
I'm just trying.
I like to focus on. I like to alternate, and sorry if there's anybody I'm not focusing on.
I'm no problem.
Trying to multitask, which isn't my strong. I'm enjoying myself though. I think it's
shoot, I forgot about the joints.
Again?
I just realized that
both the panel and the people in the audience.
No, he forgot the joints again, period.
I forgot that coming out with some special joints given the nature of her abilities.
Yeah.
I think I said hi to Full Custom Hot Dog. So wait. I'm gonna have to try to zoom in on. Also, you're talking about this character right here.
Yeah, my Revy. She's a robot. She's designed to be able to replace her parts easily in case she breaks.
And you forgot about her joints.
I sometimes
to give them references for the joints to illustrate that.
I might have to leave the chat and clear the cache out of the browser. When I clear the cache, then I have to go and reload StreamYard. So,
of course,
well, what you can do, Lorenzo, is just end the stream right here since it's after 9 o'clock.
That would be kind of early.
I mean, technically, you've
been on.
You wanted to do like 2-hour streams, and then you want.
You've been on for over 2 hours.
Yeah. I typically go an hour more. I don't know if it will tonight. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Anyway, something Daniel wanted to do was copy this arm right here and rotate it to put it here somehow.
Yeah, it didn't look right.
Yeah, that looked incredibly awkward.
But yeah,
some things do. Some things do when you first look at it.
Yeah, it was just me trying to be slick, and it didn't work out.
It was you trying to be lazy.
No, he's trying to be slick.
And it didn't work out the way.
And then,
yes, Zordon, what's up? Isn't that a special supposed to come out pretty soon too?
I think something regarding the Power Rangers supposed to come out soon. I forgot what it was.
Well, there was the 30-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Let me see. Netflix.
It's either on Netflix or.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Netflix. King Pickle just sent me a friend request.
Yeah.
So go be friends. So go introduce yourself to your new friend. We'll wait.
Yeah, I'm trying to find you on here, High Tier Comics.
Where?
Discord. You're on Discord, right?
Yeah, but it's under a different name.
You might be able to find my Discord server there. Same name, Mighty Geek Studios.
Okay.
So I've got another error correction. So I was speaking of the Arctic, whereas Tim was speaking of Antarctica. The polar bears are very ferocious about that distinction. Something about a base and flying discs or
Okay,
something.
I'll put.
Are they into a disc golf or something up there?
I put myself in. I put my Discord on private chat, so that's where I am. Private chat.
Very cool. Invite the panelists to check that out. And Tim says Power Rangers once and forever, something like that.
Yeah, Power
Oh
Rangers
yeah,
forever.
that's the special that's coming up soon.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to get a date for it, so
Yeah.
it's just not telling me.
Lorenzo, I sent you something from 2012. It's my first ever digital drawing, and it's done on a DeviantArt Miro. It's like I didn't use layers or anything. It's just like it's my first time ever. It's like 2012. I would have been 13, 14.
Man, I feel old.
is it the one with the red background?
Yes.
I thought I'd already shown that.
No.
I know what happened. I had to clear out the cache.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've definitely progressed since then.
So does anyone know King Pickle?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, that's me. On Discord, that's me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know whether or not to say or not, so I was just sorry to leave you guessing. Geass. It's just I didn't want to dox Dylan.
Nah.
Okay, so Microsoft Paint Champion 2012. I wonder if it's Microsoft Paint or Paint.
No,
back in the day, I guess.
It meant Paint, but Paint somehow also works. Yeah, it's a pretty primitive program. I mean,
it's a painful program to use.
yeah. I mean, on the Mac, there was Mac Paint, and I believe that came out before Microsoft Paint, but they were both based on like Xerox technology, because Xerox had a computer with a graphical user interface, a GUI for short, and it used a mouse and everything. It's just I don't think their executives really knew how to market computers. They weren't marketing, copy machines. So Xerox actually had one of the most innovative.
Xerox had the best graphics card money could buy.
Yeah, but they had one of the most innovative operating systems with features that even nowadays are pretty impressive. It was the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, and the problem is that they just didn't know how to market it. And so what they did is they allowed Steve, I think it might have been, I don't know if at least Steve Jobs, maybe Steve Wozniak as well from Apple Computer. They allowed Apple Computer to go and take a tour of their somebody there gave them a tour and showed them their operating system and all this stuff. And then soon after that, there was Apple Lisa and the Macintosh. And then Microsoft Windows, because I think it turned out that Bill Gates had actually gotten there first.
Yeah.
So, Microsoft. But the Macintosh came out, I think, before Windows. And then I don't know if Windows was like a year later. But it's I don't know how I got into that whole computer history thing, but Microsoft Paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even when Microsoft Paint kind of stuck around for years. But like on
It's
the
still
Mac,
around.
yeah.
Unfortunately, it's still around.
Well, on the Mac, besides just Mac Paint, which I think was released, before Microsoft Paint, there was also Super Paint and Full Paint. I think Super Paint was actually in color. I think they made color, because originally the Mac was in black and white. It wasn't until the Mac 2, what they call the Mac 2 came out, that was in color. But that wasn't actually the second Mac. There was a whole series of Macs with a monochrome, we might call it black and white monitors. But yeah, it's kind of funny because Microsoft Paint is quite primitive, even compared to like programs that were around the same time,
Yeah, it's supposed to be an introduction to digital
Yeah.
art. That's the whole point.
It was a lot like Mac Paint, except for it was in color. And they might have, and Xerox might have even had their own paint program that they both copied. I don't know. The irony of Xerox getting copied is something else. Yeah, that's true. They make copy machines. Mario Paint on the 3DO for life.
Mario 3D Paint for life.
So, yeah, it's interesting, Dylan, to see how much you've progressed, though.
Yeah, that's great.
And what did you used to draw this with?
Like this was done on just like a computer program on a DeviantArt. Nowadays, I draw.
Oh, okay, that's what you. So you were. I didn't know that they had one.
Yeah, I don't know if they still have one. It's been a decade. Let's see. Well,
I know a lot
nowadays,
of. There's still. I mean, I'm sure it seems like there's a lot of users there still, but there's a lot of other sites that people use to upload art.
yeah. I upload the Newgrounds mostly, or my Facebook art page. But nowadays I draw on an iPad. I use the Ibis Paint application, and I draw, and everything I draw is with my finger. Like the Octagon Princess, all the artwork you saw that, the Electro drawing, all done by finger.
You say finger?
Yes.
Wow. So you like
Well,
finger paint?
Hey, Lorenzo, I just posted a link to my DeviantArt. Have a look at that. Just tell me what you think of it.
Can we post that in the chat, or don't you? I won't unless you. Or
It's in the private chat.
Okay. Do you want me to show it on screen or not?
Sure, go ahead, show it.
Okay.
Anyway, first, Daniel, I was debating on keeping these orange things or not. So you kind of
Oh,
added
by
them in.
the way, folks, we're currently zoomed in on Master Geass. He's he's coloring artwork, and the green is so that he can capture get all the stuff all the lines that haven't been perfectly like filled in.
Yeah, well, the fill tool. It's not lines. It's when I'm filling in stuff like the gray parts over here.
Yeah. Basically, he's just trying to catch out all the little spots sometimes that the paint bucket won't actually
fill.
Yeah, because I know what I know. It's like to go and if something's not perfectly, if something's got some tiny hole in there, you can the whole page will end up a certain color. You definitely don't want that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Make sure.
Welcome, Yasuke. The StreamYard link is in the is pinned if you want to join us. If not, it's good to see you in the chat.
Anyway, I wasn't too sure about these orange things as they're not normally on these devices.
No, okay.
Kind of like putting a sticker in the middle of your phone screen.
Yeah.
These are some devices I keep putting on stuff that Lily built.
Mm,
They're basically pockets.
okay.
I was thinking more along the line of pouches.
Oh, my my letter wants to hop on. Is there enough room or for one more?
What's up? What's on?
Huh?
Oh, you can. Yeah. Have your writer come on. It's.
He's my letterer, but
Oh, your letterer. Okay, have your letterer come on. That's fine.
Hey.
Yeah, he's a really good friend of mine. Let me
Well,
send
that's
him.
awesome. I wanna load. Oh gosh, I gotta load. Oh, here we go. I've got. Well, I'm trying to shrink the screen down a bit to dealing with an 11-inch screen, so it's not perfect. But here, while we're waiting, I'm showing off Terry from Mighty Geek Studios artwork. Oh, I see Skunk Curl
Yeah.
fan art.
Mhm.
Zooming in on that. That's
Well,
really cool.
the thing about that one is, Manny challenged us to do a fan art version of Skunk Girl. I did 3, and this one won out.
Is this a chibi or?
Yes, that's why
Okay,
it won
yeah.
out. I know chibi art is cheating. Yes.
I actually never heard that before.
No, because another thing is you're focusing in on all the cute aspects of it.
Yeah, but it's a popular style. It's a cute
Mm.
style. Um,
Oh, so one thing I forgot to mention, for Octagon Princess, when I put like the Kickstarter together, I plan on putting like a introductory video, uh, and I found a voice actress for Rin that I want to hire on Fiverr, with
Oh, okay.
uh, yeah, I found a really good voice that I wanted to get for her, and it'd be a cool way to like, uh, uh, get the Kickstarter a little character. Uh,
oh,
yeah,
welcome, Forrester.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome.
It's Forrester.
Hey, Forrester.
I've talked to you before. Or
You
seen
might
you
have.
around?
I'm not
You
sure.
might have. Huh? I think Forrest has been around there before, but I forget.
I'm just trying to remember. Where are you on the Orc War Chiefs Discord? Dragon Spooker.
I've been around. I've been in and out of the comics communities for
Okay.
since about 2012 now. So.
Oh well, that's
Yeah.
that's
That
why you're so
explains,
familiar.
that explains a lot.
We were talking earlier about Octagon Princess, and I mentioned that you were our very talented letterer.
Yep.
Talking all about the characters and the general plot to it. Showed off some artwork. I'm really excited for the like once I finish the art, you can start the lettering, and we put together the Kickstarter, and I was talking about how I wanted to do like different tiers, like I talked with Ben Dunn about doing a variant cover, and I talked with some of the artists here, about getting posters done by other artists, right?
Right.
Because you do art too.
Yep.
So, so maybe you'd want to do that. I'm still thinking because it's like, I've never done this. Well, I've been part of Kickstarter before, or comic project. It's like this is like the first one where I can say, like this is our book. This is like this is my baby. Well, our baby, but it's like,
Yep.
like, yeah, I am just super like over the moon excited.
Cool.
Yeah, we actually met as part of the Mythiverse Comics crew, and
Right.
worked on several projects.
Oh, Mythiverse. Okay.
I've been involved in some degree with almost every single. I'm an assistant editor on the team, and I also lettered the newest issue of Changeling, and I've done other small art jobs here and there. Like,
Oh, I'm on there.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in that Discord. Yeah, I just haven't done anything in there.
I don't post in there that much either, even though I've been there since the very start of it. Like I'm usually
I don't really post in there. It's like just because I don't know what to talk about or to do, and usually and I have my own. I have my own Discord, and I'm barely in that one too. It's like, sheesh, I got my own Discord, and I barely talk to.
Nope, I get it. I'm about the same way. So, yeah, Dylan's been putting a lot of hard work into this, so I'm really excited about it.
Right. Yeah, I think your lettering, especially, is gonna like really make it like work. Like it's like it's like the lettering. Like I feel like the lettering sort of makes or breaks a comic, and like your lettering is definitely like one that'll like make it.
Yep.
And that's why I'm glad to have you on. We've actually worked on comics together recently.
We have, and we've got more in the can. And this espionage is going to kick ass.
Oh yeah, we're reviving a public domain character, Miss Espionage. We put out a remake of a 2020 comic called Irene Redux. It's the first chapter of a new Mythiverse series, Night Hunter Eris, which will be kind of like a supernatural bounty hunter story. And Dylan had written I created the character years ago. Dylan had wrote and illustrated a short in 2020, which we redrew and remade from the ground up this year because Dylan's art has been like a meteoric rise over the last several years, and like I hate to say improved because improved sounds like I think he was bad, and I don't. But like the change in style has been so pronounced in such a short time that if he drew it even 2 years ago, it needs to be like restarted to match where he is now. Like, I don't think I've seen so much like so drastically that fast. I swear that's complimentary, even though I sound like a jerk. So. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Well, fellas, I gotta go before this thing dies on us.
One of those like you're not as fat as you used to be.
Well, thanks for joining us.
All right, man.
Mighty Geek Studios. Check out his channel and.
Man, those things just keep coming back.
Yeah, don't make any comments. Just if you're able to take care of that, please do. If
right.
This is why most people have a wrench on the channel, by the way.
I think in high school I literally once told someone you're not as fat as you used to be.
Wow.
Okay, in fairness, I was a little more autistic than I am now. and awkward. I was really awkward in school.
Oh yeah, I'm diagnosed with autism, so, and I'm a lizard, so combine those things together.
I'm fine socially. I'm just super ADD and distractible.
I also have issues with ADD.
I was literally in another stream and came over here, so I just literally jumped out. Like my mother called it bunny rabbiting from that joke of "I'm not ADD." Oh look, a bunny rabbit. I
Most of us would call it.
bunny rabbited out of someone else's
And thanks,
stream.
Tim. Tim already took care of it. It's so.
Yeah.
By the time somebody draws, it's better than just not to draw attention to these silly people who spammers and stuff.
Well, I mean, I think it's the
Because
first time.
the way I've got this set up, by the time you notice it in StreamYard or I notice it, somebody's already taken care of it. That's why. So that's one of the reasons why so many people have wrenches on the channel is so that they can.
Right.
So they can take care of business. Also, I really am trying to encourage, trying to blur the lines between this is the audience and this is the panel. Everybody. I want everybody to be part of the show, even if they're watching the replay. I said this earlier. If you're watching the replay and you leave a comment, you're part of the show. And that's something we couldn't really do with old-fashioned television. And as much as I like to kind of romanticize the past, good old days back in the 80s or even the early days of the internet in the 90s.
Remember Chewbacca?
Yeah.
I remember.
Bears, yeah. It's pretty exciting.
Oh my God. I'll read what Tim said.
So downtown.
Autism. It's over 9,000.
Yeah.
And
So
this
don't
it's
play
the
it.
spur
Dylan.
even
Your
further
autism
beyond-
has only grown stronger.
This is indeed
You
a
rapidly
final
approach an
autism.
autism singularity, at which point your art will be unstoppable. That is awesome.
And this spur even further beyond. Ah!
You didn't even know.
I know. I go. Wee!
Yeah. He's not even worth our attention. But thanks for joining us again, LCX. Always a pleasure. LCX was on last week's stream, and there was a different person in here who went in and confronted him, and it was pretty funny because like the guy had been a moderator, and I took away the guy's wrench. And people were scrambling just to hide the guy from the chat. I just let the chat decide what to do with the guy. I mean, I wanted to hide him myself, but I figured, okay, well, if the chat can tolerate him, maybe we can keep him in the chat. But no, they got rid of the guy because first the guy came on and confronted LCX. For being a male playing a female character, as if we haven't seen that in the gaming community before. I've got female characters when I play games.
It's
I did that for
I do that
all the
too.
games I play. It's like, why do I want to watch the back of a dude for like hours?
Yeah, I'm gonna stare at some guy's ass when I play a video game. I can understand some guys. Maybe that's a way of they got a male character that you can identify with. That got a buddy who was in the service. He likes playing male characters. I can understand that. I just personally would rather play a female character.
So if you want, I can send you some pages from a comic Forrester and I worked on together.
That sounds good. Oh yeah, I had loaded. I was going to put the octagon in the drawing in the background I probably got distracted by the boobs on the screen. I don't know.
You're always distracted by the boobs.
Well, our ladies are a little different in the Land of Lost, But I don't know. I like women of different shapes and sizes. I'm appreciative of different body types. So, like.
Has anyone tried a Ghostwire? That I remember.
I'm not familiar with that.
Those were
It's a first-person game set in Japan. It's supposed to be like a supernatural shooter game. I guess you would put it that way. From what I remember, is this lady that Japanese lady that she got nervous and she decided to act all cute, and people were like, "We got to protect this one." I forgot.
Oh yeah, that guy in the chat who was announcing that he was gay. He's come out of the closet like 500 times by now. Like he's on every stream.
I'm gay.
Every
Hey,
gaming,
gay.
like
I'm
every
bad.
gaming stream, he announces that he's gay. It's like, okay, well, you don't have to announce it 50 times. It's like, that's nice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It's like you're not special, dude.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe the guy is special.
Ever see The Great North?
No insult to special people out there. I definitely was considered special. I'm ADD autistic, so.
Okay. So I sent some pages your way. It's
He's chasing dad, sleazy. What did Geass ask?
Ever see The Great North?
That sounds familiar.
It's a cartoon series on Fox. One of the main characters, Ham, comes out as gay in the first episode. Except he's already come out as gay several times and seems to keep forgetting he's come out.
It sounds like kind of like Groundhog Day.
Yeah,
Groundhog gay.
he basically told his family he's gay several times and gets the same response every single time.
What's the response?
Basically, they basically say, "We know, we love you," and yada yada, and they move on.
Well, that was like, that reminds me, I like anthro artwork, and it's kind of funny because like furries have kind of a reputation for being like super politically correct. But I was in this Facebook group, this furry Facebook group, because I'm like a lizard, so I might make me a scaly or scaly adjacent or something.
I don't know.
Like
somebody
somebody came out in the chat, and and people were like, "Well, that's nice." it was just a response. "Oh, that's nice," and it was like, what wasn't any big deal for anybody. It's no big deal to me either.
It was a big deal, maybe in the beginning of the 90s, but after a while, people were just like, "Oh, okay, whatever."
Yeah, I got lots.
I've got. And honestly,
I
I
think
about
Family Guy recently where there was like a gay wedding or something, and Stewie's like, "Oh, this seems like the kind of episode that would have won an award in 1994."
pretty
And then
much.
Peter says something real cringy, homophobic. I forget what Peter said, and Stewie's like, "Well, there goes the award."
Oh no! And that Stewie character is it's the baby, but
yeah,
that
he's a
character comes across as a
ridiculously
bit,
aware baby.
Yeah,
Who people seem to only understand some when it's necessary for the plot.
I don't think
So I've
anyone
got
in the
several
family
different-
understands him ever.
I got several things from Dylan. So there was one that says your name and artwork. I don't know if.
that's because we were talking about our pages earlier. That's my Facebook art page.
I can zoom in on. I can focus on that if you want.
Yeah. And then I sent you some stuff from the comic Forrester and I worked on together.
Woo!
It's in a radically different style than Octagon Princess. Octagon Princess is fairly colorful, and Irene Redux is in selective coloring.
Came out as a fairy.
Night Hunter Eris, Dylan. We really got to stop calling it Irene.
Okay, Night Hunter. Okay. Right, I know. Okay.
Came out as a furry.
Who came out as a furry?
Oh no, the guy came out as gay in a furry chat, and like it was like the people. It's like I think there's
okay.
I think it's like I think there's maybe I think a lot of the people who are into the furry fandom are maybe there's quite a few people LGBTQ plus people to begin with. I don't think it was like that big of a deal,
Yeah, I think
kind of a diverse community to begin with, so it's like okay. But it was
I don't know anything
actually
about
good,
the furry fandom, but I find like anthropomorphic animals are something I want to draw. Something that looks like the Disney Robin Hood.
yeah,
But I really don't want to have to deal with that fandom. Like,
right?
a lot of the anthro people I've run into are really nice. I've never had I've once had some problem with somebody who was a wabe who didn't like furries, but that wasn't.
well, I'm a big fan of Black Sad, and I've always wanted to do something like that, kind of noir anthropomorphic. But I would use Miami, do like a Miami Vice type setting.
Isn't there a Miami Mice?
That was a Sesame Street parody. I wish that wasn't taken, but that's Sesame Street.
But thanks for joining us, Ice Queen. Always good to see you. I believe Ice Queen has a wrench on this channel. Yep. So that's yeah. We had kind of a joker in the chat earlier, and kept coming out as gay like 50 times in a row. So if you see some spam, just the mods know what to do.
He's just really happy, and he's letting us all know he's happy.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Let's see.
He's witty and pretty and gay.
So should I go to the Irene cover?
Yeah, go ahead. yeah, it's like it's radically different. I mean, you can tell I drew it, but at the same time, it's like it's it's matching a different tone than than me drawing cheesecake.
Let's see. I have too many things open. Here we go.
Yeah, and this I called it Irene Redux because the original was called Irene, but it's part of a upcoming series called Night Hunter Eris. It's about Irene Eris. She is actually trans, but I don't make that like main focus of it because I wanted.
No, we barely mentioned it actually.
Huh?
Yeah,
I said we barely mention it like at all.
Yeah,
no, I think that's
like that.
I think that's the thing was a lot of the way these people have been trying to write in representations. They keep drawing too much attention to it. Like, oh, by the way, did you know this character was gay? Oh, hey, did you know this character was gay? Oh, this character's gay. Hey, did you know that I was gay? That's it's hitting people over the head was that one particular bit of information, and that's what people.
And that can really piss off people who actually like some of my friends who are gay or trans or whatever, you know, because it just feels like pandering, you know. It's like it, it's
exactly what
not
it
good
is.
writing.
No, it's definitely pandering.
As I keep joking, and it's only semi-joking, one of these days there's going to be a biopic about Jimi Hendrix, and the whole movie's just going to be, I'm sure there's already been a biopic, but there's going to be a new one, and it's, the whole thing's going to be about how he's a black left-handed guitarist, you know, and look, he's black, and actually just that he's black and left-handed. He's black and he's left-handed, and he also played guitar. You know, I mean, stuff like that. I mean, it's just silly. I mean, sure, it's cool that he took a right-handed guitar and played it and restrung it and played it upside down. That's really cool, but that shouldn't be the whole focus of the movie, you know. Or skin pigmentation, you know. But I'm afraid I'm afraid something like that's going to happen. If not with him, some other historic figure, because this is just how silly things have gone as far as focusing on identity.
Yep.
And identity of things that people can't really change either. It's
Right.
not even like what somebody's hobbies or
Mm-hmm.
you know, or their interests or their career or anything anymore. It's just
when I conceive the character,
like.
when I conceive this character, I didn't even really have a reason for. Like, I never have a reason for anything that I think of. Like, if a character, I don't know. Like, why is one character blonde? I don't know, because a blonde popped into my head. I don't think about it really, because, like, you know, somebody like an idea will come into my head, and then more ideas will kind of like snowball and attach onto it, and it's more involuntary. So like, I wasn't trying to create a trans character, it just sort of evolved. This would have been around 2014. It was actually kind of before the social fad, if you will. And then like,
It's before the
actually
media started
not whether I even wanted to
focusing
still
on.
do it after it became such a like cringy trend, if you know what I'm saying. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, no, if I thought of a character a certain way, I'm going to stick to that, because you don't pull out once you've created something. And it's like Harlan Ellison said, that, you know, a writer's chief commodity is their courage. And if you know,
The great science fiction author.
Yeah. So it's like, rather than trying to jump on a trend here, we actually were like, oh crap, do we even want to still do this now? But we did. Like I said, because we don't talk about it. We're more concerned with werewolves and silver bullets, and the fact that she gets bit by a werewolf and has to wear the silver bullet around her neck to keep from transforming all the way.
Sorry. So the Jimi Hendrix biopic would be black, left-handed, and a furry, presented by Netflix 2024. I think we might be giving them ideas.
Yeah, don't do that.
Too many ideas.
But that's really cool. I'll be back in a minute.
I mean, because I do have characters that are LGB, but I won't had a main character for that. But I'm debating if I want to leave it that way, because right now it feels like if I do anything with that, I'm going to get shanked by two sides.
Yep. Dylan, did we not have that conversation?
Yeah, because I approached Forrester. I'm like, hey, are we sure it's a well, because I don't usually get uneasy about characters, but it's like due to recent events, it's like I was worried. Well, do you think this is actually a good time to have a trans character? Because I was worried, because now it's probably like
The worst time for it, yeah. Because both sides are at each other's necks for it, and I really don't feel like getting caught in the middle and getting shanked for something that I have nothing to do with, you know.
Well, it's like I really like the idea of this character, and highlighting a good trans character, like a trying to put out good trans representation, but this is like the only time I really got I kind of got cold feet because it's like well I don't usually worry about pissing people off, but it's like it seems like now is a really volatile time, so.
I think he put it best when he said shanked by both sides. That's a good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, it's like, well, maybe now is a good time to show a trans character that it isn't like that isn't their entire identity. It's just who they happen to be.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I kind of hate the fact that that's what we're even still talking about now. It's like, but it's it's almost silly
it's not a situation. I don't think it's a situation anybody's gonna win.
He
I
might
mean, because even if you just try to present it as a character, present the character as a character, and not as a I guess the message or whatever the hell you want to
Or a token minority.
Yeah, and then because what's the term for on the other side? TERF, TRF,
TRF.
Yeah, TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist,
or whatever the hell that means.
It's a feminist lefty that dislikes trans. They're like
It's like
left wing on everything but right wing on trans.
Yeah, it's like
it's like I think they were just kind of like the old they used to be called radical feminists, but
yeah, I mean there's no winning that.
I don't know. We had the group called we had the Michigan Women, not women. No, that's PewDiePie's thing. Women, but with the Y music festival. And
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and it ended up. It was like run by.
Is that the Lilith Fair or something?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I guess people. I'll direct people to look it up because I guess Daniel doesn't like getting too political.
Right.
This is kind of a minefield, and I don't know all the details, but yeah, they did have some sort of controversy because I think they wanted to only have a certain anyway, I think they only wanted cisgender women at their festival, or not trans.
Well,
I don't quite understand with say just music and stuff, but the segregation, but I don't know.
Well, the thing is like I said,
we have
right now it's to that point where is that no matter how you write this character, you're gonna get shanked by both sides. It's not a maybe. It's not a what if. It's more likely you're gonna get shanked by two sides for whatever reason, and that's my main concern is you're not trying to be political, but they're gonna try and make it political for no reason, and you're just trying to tell a story and not be neither here or there for
but anything can be political. If you eat like a chicken sandwich from a certain place, that's political. If you if you do this or that, it's if you buy a certain brand of beer, that's political. It's like it's kind of the point where anything could be considered that way. I don't know. I mean, I'd say you might as well just live your life, and then now if.
I was just reminded of The Good Place. Ever see that?
Yeah.
The Good Place. I saw like one episode. My sister watched the entire series.
I mean, if you don't care about spoilers,
somebody in the audience might care, so I wouldn't spoil it on stream.
Yeah.
Well, it has some twists here and there.
I hate spoilers.
But the thing is that you have to, like I said, you just have to remember. And like I said, well, it's just be careful what you write.
So
Sometimes
what is-
idiots be idiots. You know.
so what
No.
is so the mythics?
We're using one of the established Mythiverse titles as like the backdoor pilot launch pad.
Yeah, because
Oh, cool.
I've seen it around. This one's been around for a while, hasn't it? Like
Yeah.
a few years.
Yes, it has since 2019, and so
Wow.
in one of the future issues, this is going to be included as like the backdoor pitch because it includes the main character from that series. So
who started the what's this is the mythical
Mythiverse?
Yeah.
Okay, it was Dan Sakharov, Brett McGowan, and Matt Trin in 2018, and they all had urban fantasy concepts that weren't intended to work in the same universe. But when they got together and discussed it, they realized they could pitch it as like one interconnected thing. And they had a really successful Kickstarter in 2019 that launched it, and then other people joined along the way. Dylan was there from the beginning. I'm not sure when he joined. I came in at the end of 2019.
I came in. I came in right before you. I was like the fourth guy. Like it started with the three of them, and then I was next.
Yeah,
So,
I don't remember you ever not being there.
Thanks for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a couple people on from it's the mythical universe? Mythiverse. There we go. I can't believe should know that by now. I'm a little tired though. But
the original three comics it launched with were Mythics, Adobe Kroger, Dame Commander, and Changeling.
I think it was maybe Matt had talked about wanting to come on here, but it would be hard to get all three people on. And
yeah,
it seems
he
like
might
it's
have.
expanded from. Seems like there's a lot more than three now.
It is now, yeah. Matt he did a lot of streams. He was a regular on the Meeting of the Minds, and then they had their own stream for a while, Radio Mythiverse. And now that phase of the history I'm a little fuzzy on because that was about a year before I got involved. My first thing with them was a short in the Halloween special, Hallowed Harvest, an anthology in 2020. And then I've done something with them about every year since. So.
Did you do the lettering for this or?
Yeah, that one in front of you, yeah.
He did some. He did the editing, and he did the lettering. Forster is a fantastic editor. Nothing quite like him. He like he'll take something that that kind of works, and he'll make it like really work. He knows how to. He'll even like rearrange my panels. And during the drawing process, he'll absolutely grill me if like the proportions or whatever isn't up to snuff. So I'm glad to have him on.
He's being charitable. I'm nearly cruel to him with my edits, but it always makes my like telling him to go back and redo something. But it makes a good product in the end, so it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, like there's a scene where I draw someone getting punched, right? And then Forster's like, no, you go in and you make them, you go and fix that.
Yeah, I was sending you Neil Adams art.
So I wanted to switch over to Geass because I haven't been focusing much on his stuff. So he's he's got these different layers for wow, what is this? Is
Old artwork.
Was that
What did you just say?
Old artwork.
Okay.
So you I said this a few times earlier, but you color different things in layers, and
Yeah, this is something I did kind of Yeah, like a command unit for swimmer robot bees. Some of these bees fire darts, some of these bees fire missiles.
Not
Wait,
the
where-
bees.
That's cool.
And some of the bees are just flying cameras.
I'm a little confused about that, but that sounds cool.
Well, they're scouts, basically.
Okay. And you're in is this is Daniel's work that you're
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, the writer for Octagon Princess, the guy's been helping me. He DM'd me. He's like, he's telling me he also had to get on to me too for he wants the tits bigger on characters too.
So that's-
so
that's a
So I
Sharo?
have multiple. D Shiro, yeah. So I have multiple people grilling me for okay, you need to do this. Like Forster's like, okay, you need to make this angle work. You need to draw these boobies bigger. Believe it or not, I've had a few people tell me that I've worked with a few other people and they told me all the same thing. Make the boobs bigger.
The interesting thing is people seem to go one way or the other with those, like
Oh, there we go. There's some of the pages.
But then some people say medium is premium. So there's I guess everybody's got a preference. It sounds like your the readers prefer the biggins.
Biggins. The biggins.
Yeah, I think I stole that from Al Bundy on the Children.
Oh yeah, wasn't that like a fictional book they made in that universe?
Oh yeah, that was his adult.
It was called
magazine.
Biggins. It was actually called Biggins.
Yeah, it was like an in-universe Playboy. Although they had Playboy too, but
yeah,
So,
Playboy was in the basement. The bud would stay
whomever
downstairs.
the Facebook user is.
it was a brand.
Yeah,
It was a brand. I think it was
Wow,
a brand they
that's-
used.
that's-
It
That's
was a
like
brand
the
they
first
used
time-
after. I guess they didn't like them using Playboy in Married with Children, so they switched to something called Biggins, I believe.
Yeah, that's what happened. It was
Well, so I haven't seen a Hail Caesar since like 2021 or something. I can't remember.
I haven't either. I'd forgotten.
That's an interesting. Oh, it's Larry. Hey, Larry.
I said, "Hail, brothers!" I said, "Hail!"
Hey.
Oh, Larry, it's Larry from
Larry.
Niobe. Another. You're with Antarctic Cross, aren't you?
What's up?
Yeah. Actually, I got a pretty good relationship with Ben Dunn. He's a regular on my podcast. I see you have Dylan on here. Hello, Dylan. This is the first time I think it's the first time we've ever spoke. Dylan's done some great artwork with Niobe, with Ninja High School, with a variety of Antarctic Press characters. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan's awesome.
The Hail Caesar was entertaining. That's
I just saw you were live, dude. I'll be honest. I was out having a few drinks. I just got in the door. I saw you were live. I saw there was a live link. I saw Dylan on here. I just wanted to come in and say hello, bro. You know what I mean?
Cool. Oh yeah.
I typically have a few drinks before I Hail Caesar.
Hail Caesar!
I used to sit there
Yeah, we're
drinking a beer, watching that show.
Yeah,
Show it.
you Ethan Van Skyver. The dude just likes talking about himself.
Look, we've had Ethan on the show a few times. I have nothing wrong with Ethan. I have nothing wrong with anyone, right? As long as they treat me cool, I'll treat them cool. We've had everyone from the far left, from Eric Larson on the show to Ethan Van Skyver and everyone in between, and it's all been fun.
Yeah, I think a lot of comic book readers don't even know about all these different
different weird people, weird factions and stuff. Some people just want to read, good comics.
Yeah, well,
right?
A lot of the stuff is just
or
internet,
look at cool art and whatnot.
It's factionalism on the internet. But if you're at a comic book store or a convention,
that shit
I
says.
don't know if does that stuff even come up.
It does in like sort of like almost like whisper network sort of circles. It does, right? They have their own personal Facebook groups where they talk about this stuff. They have their own little inside networks where they talk about this stuff. They have their own little cliques where they talk about this stuff. So it does happen.
But it's online.
It's not as well. It's both. It's in person and online. Because it's happened to me, right? I can tell you for a fact that I've seen it. But that's just how the world works now. Like with the implementation of social media, we can't control who is talking with who and in what format they're doing it. And it's happening like a lot. But I just want to say to you, bro, I really appreciate you because I've noticed that you've been sharing a lot of our stuff. You've been sharing the videos. You've been sharing the posting. I've seen you in the chat, and I just want to let you know, Lorenzo, I appreciate that, man.
No, I appreciate you. You share a lot of cool stuff, and like what you're doing.
Do you have a current Kickstarter or Indiegogo going on?
No, I don't have anything current. We just actually wrapped up my new book called Savage Sin, which is I'm actually submitting to the printer this weekend, and we should have books in about 2 weeks. So I'm not really promoting anything. I'm just saying hello and hanging out.
No worries.
Oh, hey, we were talking about my comic Octagon Princess earlier. I was planning down the road for including more guest fighters, and maybe Niobe could make an appearance.
Sure. I mean, hit me up with the deets, man. I'm sure we can work it out, man. I'm pretty open with Niobe, to like people, want to involve her and stuff and shit like that. So especially if you're part of the AP family, which I know that you are, because we have the whole Superverse thing going on, and I'm very big about that. In fact, we're doing the
wait. By family, you don't mean the mafia, do you?
No.
Okay, you got to clarify that for.
I mean, like people that are being published through Antarctic Press.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I was talking earlier about how I'm super excited. This is like my first full series that I'm doing. This is issue 1 of a volume will be like 8 issues, and I call that season 1 right there. And then I want things to get crazier from there, so I can start including since it's part of the Ninja High School universe and it's automatically the Superverse. So, there's going to be a lot of crossovers, just a whole lot of fun, nothing too serious.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Like one of the big projects that's actually happening right now is the Antarctic Press Tomorrow Girl swimsuit issue.
Yeah, I'm a part of that too. I submitted some pinups for that.
Yeah, I submitted a pinup as well. I mean, obviously Ben's going to publish that. Max, my buddy, submitted a pinup. We're also working on a cover now for the book, which is going to feature Niobe, Tomorrow Girl, and Mary Machine Gun. Tim Lim from Common America submitted a cover, so it's got Carly and Tomorrow Girl on the cover. Yeah. So hopefully we can make the cover rotation and be part of like because this is going to be in shops, right, guys? It's going to be really cool.
Back Tomorrow Girl earlier today.
Yeah, man, it's a great campaign, guys. If you haven't checked out, it's Tomorrow Girl: The Early Years. It's a 280-page book from Ben Dunn. that gives you like the complete history of Tomorrow Girl and all her earliest appearances, all in sort of like one binge-worthy volume. You know?
Sweet.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it is. It's great, man. You know, we're talking about a legend in this business. We're talking about a company that's been around for 35 plus years. And the great thing about Antarctic Press, and I'll continue to sing their praises, it's not even me being biased because I'm with them, is that they have taken guys like us through, whether it's Indiegogo or Kickstarter, right? These independent creators, and given them a home in publication, given them a home where their work can be seen on the shelf. I'm a testament to that. They just, published my buddy Max's Mary Machine Gun. In this month's previews that's coming out, you're going to be able to order a Mary Machine Gun and get it at your shop for $4.99. This is fucking cool shit that's happening. You know, we're now leaving, not necessarily leaving, but we're now expanding from the crowdfunding market into the direct market with our books, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
That's cool. I should probably try and enter into that swimsuit cover deal.
Yeah, well, there's guidelines, so you need to follow the guidelines. But basically, if you submit a piece of art with characters that have been published by Antarctic Press, you stand a good chance of being published if it's half decent.
Cool.
Yeah, but
Hey,
I would go
Larry.
to Ben Dunn's site or Ben Dunn's page and just look at the guidelines.
Because I think Gold
Everything
Diggers
needs to be submitted before June 1st. By the way,
June 1st.
that's your
Okay.
deadline.
Gotcha.
Hey, Larry, I just wanted to say it's good to actually talk to you for real. I've been a follower of yours since the very first Niobe back in, I think, 2015, 16.
Who am I talking to?
Forrester.
Forrester.
Yeah, I've been around on Twitter for about 10 years. I don't know. You've probably seen me at some point.
How you doing, bro?
I'm all right. I don't think we've ever talked on a stream or anything before. So.
Oh, well, I mean, pleased to meet you then, brother, because I've definitely seen your name around for absolutely, you know.
Yeah, you'll be
and
seeing more of me with upcoming projects and some stuff with AP. I just can't
Well,
say.
what
yet.
are you working on? What do you got coming up?
I can't say yet.
Oh, you're teasing me, brother.
Yeah, but you'll see when it's here. Dylan knows what I'm talking about, don't you, Dylan?
Well, listen, you guys want to come on the show, like my show? Like, I don't mean to steal Lorenzo's guest here, but if you guys want to come on my show sometime and talk about that,
Oh,
I'd
hell
love
yeah.
to have you on, man. You
I
know what
am.
mean?
I'm
Bro.
always down. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Where is Lorenzo? He's on mute, man. Lorenzo, where are you?
I encourage people to network. That's why pretty much everybody's a moderator. I don't know about Facebook if you can drop links on Facebook.
Oh, sure you can. Absolutely you can. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're a moderator.
Oh,
or
I'm not
if
here to
you
drop
do
links,
it.
dude. I'm like I said, I just came in to say
Okay, 'cause
hello.
I
You
am
know what I
really,
mean? Like,
I don't know how Facebook or Twitch works all that well. It would broadcast to both of those
Are
places.
we on Twitch?
But I focus mainly on the YouTube part.
I just want to say, like I said, dude, I appreciate your support. I appreciate you sharing out the stuff. You know, I've known you now for probably a few years now, Lorenzo. You know what I mean? Like 2 or 3 years, easy.
Yeah, we used to go on. Was it the Tupperware show?
Yeah, you remember that shit?
Whatever it
dude,
was
dog?
called.
Well, back. I mean, is Rebel Terrier doing anything nowadays?
Oh, he's around, but I see him.
I know he's around, but
I mean, I don't really talk to a lot of those guys. I used to be in a back room, sort of like group with those guys. And it was like Rumble Terrier, it was like Risey Lee, it was like Spencer Toons, Crypto Comic. Like it was a whole like of these like sort of older guys that were like in the CG movement, sort of like era 2018-ish. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, I mean, I think that's when we all met was like the 2018s.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, on various that was like because when Lorenzo started the show, I was the co-host, been the co-host since then.
Have you changed your name? Are you?
The Tech Corner.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
I changed.
me and you have ran into
Well,
each other quite a
we
bit,
have people on the show. There's people who are like,
It's
you
just
know,
that
who
That separated
CG.
the,
We got people who are CG, people CG adjacent, people who don't know what the fuck CG
Well, you know
is.
my opinion on this,
And I think that's
I'll state
fantastic.
it for the
because-
for the 100th time. I don't follow a label. I just do me.
Yeah,
right?
I don't.
I'll talk to anyone who's cool with me.
I like
you know?
I like what in 2017, some of the ideas that, like, about okay, don't beat people over the head with a message,
Sure.
stuff like that, So I don't, but it wasn't even called. It was the people calling it Comics Gate were the people who actually were the didn't like what people were saying. It wasn't, and then eventually people start labeling themselves that. But before it was an insult, from what I recall.
Basically, I don't know, man. Basically, I think it's just been us pursuing things. So we could just be more considered indie creators, I guess. At this point, we're not CG, we're not anti-CG.
Yeah,
We're
but
not
there are
CJ
people.
Well, that's how
there
I
are
look at
some
myself,
comics
right?
gators in the chat and who go on the panel.
Hmm?
Well, look,
And
if you
Yeah, I
don't
mean, we let
declare,
anybody
you're gonna
on.
have
There's
guys
nothing
that are
yeah,
gonna
bad
call
for
that's
you.
tough.
Hold on now. If you don't declare, you're gonna have guys that are gonna call you offensive, right?
Hmm?
Go ahead and call me that. I'm fine. You know what I mean? I want to appeal to everyone, and I just want to treat everyone the way they sort of treat me. If you're in
There you go.
Comicsgate and you come on my show and you're a cool guy, great, you're a cool guy. If you're a guy that swings on the left side of things like Eric Larson does, but you come on my show and you talk comics and you leave your politics out of it, fucking great, man. We'll talk to you. You know what I mean? Like that's how I roll.
Yeah,
Yeah, we try not to get too political on the show.
yeah. I think that's the rule we came to an agreement with the show was to avoid politics as much as we can.
At least when you're on here, Daniel, because I know,
Yeah.
I know you try to avoid that.
Here, I'm going to show you one
You
thing.
got the clients from different, you've got
Yeah,
customers from
because
different
I know people
backgrounds.
from
That's
because I know
cool.
people from all walks of life and all different areas, and obviously political spectrum is going to be part of their identity in some form or fact. But everybody comes together and we all talk about comics and what have you. In my form, it's usually whatever commission ideas they want to come up with and what have you. So that's another thing is that I probably submit to people is like, y'all want a cover for me or want me to do like a character cover or something. I'm all up for it. $60 is for a full color cover.
Not bad, brother. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
Listen, I do have something to show. Actually, I got the Niobe cosplay edition coming up, Lorenzo.
Oh, nice.
Oh, very
And
cool.
so these are, the previous Niobe books being reintroduced with brand new cosplay covers. So this is more for the collector's aspect than the reader's aspect. But we got Niobe here cosplaying as my favorite girl, Magic. We got Niobe here cosplaying as Psylocke. And then here's like the killer, right? Niobe cosplaying as the Dark Phoenix. What do you think?
Yeah, that's cool.
There's an idea.
So these are going to be, and they're all connecting covers, right? So if you buy the set, right, they all connect, which is pretty cool. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's cool.
All done by the same artist, Greg Bull Watson. He's done work for Zenoscope Comics and a variety of others. And so that's sort of like the next like Kickstarter we're doing once I start sending out Savage Sin books. But I mean that's other than that, we'll be doing Niobe Outbreak 2 sort of like later on in the year. And we're doing the swimsuit issue. I'm also doing a crossover with Ben Dunn. It's featuring his new character Penguina in a crossover story with Niobe. It's going to be pretty cool. That will be published and out in shops as well.
Hell yeah.
Life's been good, Lorenzo. As far as comic book wise is concerned, and I encourage anyone that's out there that if you have a story that you want to get published, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but bear with me for a minute. Why not submit to Antarctic Press's anthology series? They got Exciting Comics, which is superhero stuff. They have Planet Comics, which is sci-fi stuff. They have Jungle Comics, which is like Tarzan, Jungle Girls sort of stuff, right? They got like a variety of different genres you can submit your story to and possibly get published and put in comic book shelves. It's a win-win. They don't take control of your IP. They don't own it. You do. You can do everything you've been doing before, plus earn a little extra money and be on the show.
Yeah. Honestly, Ben is such a really cool guy. It's like, he's also a man of culture, so that I really appreciate.
Man of culture.
It's like, yeah, it kind of reminds me of myself, but obviously much more experienced. So it's like
it's I don't know. It's like I kind of see him as like sort of a mentor figure, kind of.
Well, I
Ben
look
is
at Ben Dunn, and this might be like some people might think I'm crazy, but I look at Ben Dunn as the Stan Lee of independent comic books, just because of his legacy and how long he's been around. You know, like
I mean, he also literally worked for Marvel. He's the Mangaverse guy.
yeah, he did the Marvel manga thing. Yeah, 100% he did. Yeah. So listen, what am I looking at here? Whose book is this?
This is
Mine and Dylan's.
Yeah, it's my artwork in the Forster's lettering.
Now, Dylan, you did artwork for me, by the way, right? Dylan did a fan piece. I want to show off if I can find it here.
It's.
I believe this is yours. I hope I'm not like mistaken. I'm going to show this. If this isn't yours, then I feel bad. Okay, but Lorenzo, if you please. Did you do this one?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Yeah,
I know
damn
his
right.
style immediately.
So this is a cool piece. This is Ichiku with Niobe back to back. You know what I mean? Like, and of course Ichiku was. Go ahead, man.
Sorry. This is when I still drew in a more anime style. I tried to go for.
This is what I wanted from you, right? You delivered. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Honestly, I think I could do a lot better nowadays. But it's like at the time this was really cool, and I would love to do another one because getting into Antarctic Press, I blasted through Ninja High School. I fell in love with these characters. I love this world that Ben created. It's fun, goofy, and and I'm really invested in it. And I cannot believe now I have a comic. We were talking about it earlier. Octagon Princess. Is actually set in the Ninja High School universe. Set directly in it, and the background story actually ties into has a sort of narrative that ties into it and into that universe, and I'm really excited. I'm definitely excited to show how it plays out. You weren't here when I was giving a synopsis for Octagon Princess.
No, I literally just got home, dude. So
right,
you know what I mean?
Right. I've shared the cover on my Facebook.
Well, listen, I'm gonna have you guys on the show, and you can go over it with me. I'm actually gonna bounce here in a second.
Okay. I'd totally love to hop on the show, and I totally love to work with you again sometime. I think you'll.
Oh, dude,
really
the door's
like
wide open for that. You know what I mean? The door's wide open for that, man.
Hell yeah. I think
Well,
you'll
hey,
really.
Dragon, welcome to the chat.
I think you'll really like what I'm able to put out now, because I try really hard to make the next drawing better than the last. It's like it's a learning process. It's slow, but
You're a talented dude, and you keep it up, man, and you're just fine. You know what I mean? Like when I saw you on here, I want to come in and say hello to you, bro. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate Lorenzo. Hi, Tech is in here. It's been a little while since I said hello to you, man. You're a fucking phenomenal artist in your own right. You know what I mean? Forster, man. Good to meet you. You know what I mean? There's only one chat in here that I don't know, but hello to you too.
Oh, that's Geass. He's from my server.
There you go.
Hello.
He's one of the moderators on my Discord server.
There you go, man.
I was trying to highlight.
He's also he's learning to be a colorist and so far.
So is this his color work that we're sort of looking at now?
Yeah, his color work. It's my work. It's my line art, but it's his.
Yeah,
color.
but his colors, right? Like his flats, whatever, right?
Yeah, I'm working on the flats right now. I'm playing around with the colors before I move on to the shading, but
Sure.
There's something I've shaded already.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. Like, fuck.
Yeah. That's
I love the shield. I love the hexagon shield. Like, that's a
Yeah.
good piece of that. Like,
Yeah, like that me recognize. Hey, that looks like a shield.
Now, is this inspired at all by Van Sciver's Blood Honey?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
Well, Geass is in.
Geass is one of the few. Geass is one of the few that has no idea what comic state is.
Actually, we have it's hard for me to even know as far as the percentage of the audience because we got people from around the world, so it's hard for me to even estimate like who knows about this scene or that scene.
Yeah,
because,
like
sure.
I watch a lot of YouTube channels and I'm in a lot of chats and meet a lot of great people, and so it's. A lot of people, it's just like the average person isn't just watching like a variety show.
There's a lot more going on in this one than there was in the other one, right?
Yeah, it's mainly because we really don't talk. We really don't talk comics directly. We don't talk about Ethan Van Sciver too much.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm breaking your rules.
No, that's fine.
Oh, no, you're fine.
It's okay to bring them up.
No, well, there's no rule, but we don't really.
In fact, I asked people in the DM group, what comics do they back? And I said, I don't care. I don't care.
Right.
I don't mind the artist or whoever. I don't want to be political. Just, of course, nobody answered the question, but. I thought it was a good question to ask because just what are people backing, because there's more campaigns than I can keep track of.
Because I think most of the time is that we have people here that are just new to comics in the general. They have their own indie thing and they have their own thing going. They have their own style and they they show up on the stream. We talk about their comic and life goes on, I guess.
We got people who watch.
I mean, you do the same thing I do.
We got people who do all sorts of different things. Because I watched all sorts of different channels.
Sure.
I got a lot of people from the Philippines who watch.
But
actually, you guys are doing a good job. You've been at it for a long time. Every now and then, I tune in and see what you guys are up to. I appreciate you guys when you drop in and tune in to me. Indie comic books is big in one sense and very small in another sense. There's lots of us out there, lots of comics that they'll be produced that I'll never see or even heard of in my life. But at the same time, when you circulate in these YouTube circles, you sort of get to know everyone. You know what I mean?
I don't know. There's so many different projects on Kickstarter, different communities. Like there was one comic book that was dedicated to teaching people the Nubian alphabet from trying to remember which parts of Africa use that alphabet. I mean, that's a really niche book, but but that was a comic book on Kickstarter.
Yeah, it's just mainly I guess going out and looking out for new stuff. Yeah. Brave New World, Strange New World, and
Strange New World, Star Trek. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Picard's been awesome, by the way. I don't know if anyone's been watching Picard.
I don't have a subscription for that, so I can't check it out.
Oh, there's a pirate sites you can go to. Yar. But let me tell you something. Picard season 1 and 2 were fucking trash. Right?
Yeah, that's
in my opinion. Like, if you like it, I don't mean to diss on your show, but Picard season 3 really feels like the Star Trek send-off that we all been sort of waiting for. And I watched the last episode last night, and
they rebuilt the set, I believe, for
dude, it felt like a movie,
Enterprise,
dude.
right? I mean, the original Enterprise. Not
yeah,
original.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want to spoil too much, but you do.
I meant they rebuilt the one for Picard's Enterprise, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the Enterprise D, and you do see that, for sure.
Or was this a new thing, or has it been throughout the show?
Well, the Enterprise D shows up in the last 2 episds.
Okay, yeah.
But there's a nice little build up to it.
Spoilers with that, I mean, on the internet. So, I mean, I think a lot of people on Twitter have probably already seen that. Okay, by the way, plot spoiler, that's going to be in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a 10-episode show, and a lot of spoilers were leaked out. But it's a great show if you haven't seen it yet. There's lots of member berries in there for sure. There's some new stuff. There's some teasers of future things to come. It's a great send off for some of these characters. And it feels like you're watching the next generation, like fucking through and through, like a
Isn't
modern
Picard
day.
an android now?
Kind of. That's a complicated story to go into.
Okay, yeah.
But kind of. His body still ages. It's synthetic biology. Like, it's really weird.
In other words, they made some shit up and they don't know how to explain it.
Well, they got rid of his
But it sounds like
syndrome
the
with it.
third season's gotten things back on track because a lot of people are
absolutely
praising it.
did. Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, I'll check. I could be totally wrong with that, but
No, dude, you're not wrong. It does.
I'll
It puts everything
check
back
that
on
out.
track. Yeah.
I
wouldn't lead you astray,
check-
Lorenzo.
Huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't lead you
So
astray.
I mean, I don't really plan on checking too much Discovery out.
No, I wouldn't bother.
Geass likes the lower decks.
I'll
It sounds
tell
like a
you
funny
the two
comedy.
cool shows, right? Like, if you're a Star Trek fan, the two shows that are must watches, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, is Picard and Strange New Worlds.
Yeah, Lower Decks
You
is
can bypass the rest of it, and you'll be just fine.
I basically got into Star Trek because of Lower Decks.
Lower Decks is interesting because Lower Decks started off season 1 but I only watched a couple of them. Didn't hit with me, but once they brought in Riker and Troy on the Titan, then I think the show turned around a bit.
It sounds like it could. It sounds like it's a good way to introduce people to Star Trek who might not be interested. So, if that's the case, then
Well, I mean,
it might not. I don't know if that would be my cup of tea as far as because to me it looks like it's. I'm not sure. It could get kind of. I don't know if that's a Cal Art style or what it is. Seems
Well,
like
the Lower Decks has that Family Guy sort of vibe going to it, right? It's meant to be sort of a comedy, sort of low key. When it first started off, it seemed to lean sort of very left, and I think that turned a lot of people off. But as I hear it, and I haven't watched, but as I hear, as like the second and third season happened, it got a lot better.
What happened?
I didn't hear what Buddy said.
Not sure. Guess it's something.
But like I said, it sort of leaned very left on that first season, and then in the second and
But
third.
you only watched a couple episodes, right?
Yeah, I only watched a couple, but
Okay.
the ones I saw were fucking horrible.
Well,
that was,
I don't.
and that
I
was
think
the
that's the
first
way. I
season.
mean, I'd say that's actually what happened to me when I first. And people will deny this, but it's like that first season of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Now I love it, but when it first came on the air, I just ignored Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Well,
I
a lot
thought
of
the kids
people
at
did.
school
Who's this
were kind of,
old ball guy commanding the Enterprise? Everyone had sort of like their
not just that, but the first season or two just it took a while for it to get
sure
on its legs.
Well, because you had such a mountain to judge it against, right? You had to judge it against William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, and fucking
More than that.
No, really.
I watched I watched a documentary about it.
It doesn't matter about the documentary. It matters about
okay.
how you felt when you saw the first episode of Next Generation, knowing the '60s series and knowing the movies that fucking came after it.
But there's also other things going on. So what's his?
The biggest problem.
Eugene Roddenberry had really started to believe his whole thing about utopianism. He did not want conflict between humans on the show,
which is kind of silly.
And not only that, but he had a lawyer who was supposed to represent his wishes. That guy, according to this documentary, the life said the guy would break into the writers' computers and rewrite the scripts. And I think they went through a number of directors that were. I mean, the whole thing was a mess. But
I'm not even talking about that aspect of it. I'm talking about the aspect of the average fan when they first watched that show, judging it against what they knew Star Trek to be before that, right?
Oh,
and
for me, it was just that the writing was.
And what they knew Star Trek before that was the original crew from the Enterprise, and the 6 movies that followed after it, right?
Yeah. I can see that. That was a major aspect as well, but it didn't help that the writing was like it seemed like the writing, the directing, it was just kind of an uneven situation with
Well, like you said, it took a couple seasons for it to get moving. And the same thing happened with Deep Space Nine, right? It was only after Cisco got the beard and Worf was introduced on the show, then it became cool. You know what I mean? Like,
thanks, Melinda. I appreciate you watching. Yeah, you're right. It's like the opposite of when Fonzie jumped the shark. It's called growing the beard, and it's like it's when the show
like for Deep Space Nine, it
jumping
really
the
was
shark is when
about
the show's not going to be when it's like reached its
Cisco could have grew the
no
beard
longer
and
be
nothing would
good
have changed.
anymore. But growing the beard is when it shows.
Yeah, but that didn't change the show. What
really
changed the
good.
show for Deep Space Nine was the introduction of Worf, right? Because now you had a cool character that everyone can get behind on the show. You know what I mean? That's what changed Deep Space Nine around, was the introduction of Worf. If they didn't add Worf, it still would have been the same sort of boring fucking show, in my opinion.
The pilot to both of those shows were like I don't know. I actually like
long and they suck.
But the Deep Space Nine one was really depressing.
Yeah, I mean,
it was just really
no one was really ready for a show that was stationary, right? Like, so the show was everything comes to us, we don't go to them. Where Star Trek before that was all about we're in a spaceship and we're going to fly to all these fucking cool places. Mm-hmm. And Deep Space Nine said we're going to be in a space station, so the setting is pretty much always going to be the same, and the aliens and the weird stuff is going to come to us. And that was a hard pill to swallow for a while. They made it work eventually. Because eventually they had the Defiant and the runabouts and the fucking portal that went to the other fucking, end of the quadrant.
Side of the world or side of the universe or whatever.
Right. But it took a little while.
I think on the, I don't know if it was the pilot or the first episode after that, didn't they move the space station towards the wormhole?
Yeah, well, I mean, it
might have taken them a while to portray the aliens from the wormhole.
Okay,
well, the Dominion War sort of saved Deep Space Nine,
Okay, guys, I actually do need to jump off.
Yeah, actually, I got to bail too. I'm glad you said that. Otherwise, I'd be here for another hour talking about Star Trek. You know what I mean?
Right.
I want to talk about colors before we go.
Wait,
Well, because I have an appointment in the morning,
so I have to get up. I do got to bounce. I actually have to go on another.
Yeah, where can we find you guys? And
Niobe Comic everywhere, man. That's it.
You can find me at Tier Comics on Twitter. You can also find me at High Tier Comics on YouTube. On YouTube because I haven't put it anywhere else. And that's it for right now.
Thanks for having me on, brother. Have a good night.
Take care, guys, and take care.
Y'all have a good night.
Chat.
Thanks for letting me crash the party. I wasn't even invited.
No worries.
I think you guys wanted to say something about colors.
Yeah,
Dylan's battery died, by the way, Lorenzo. He told me to tell y'all he had a great time tonight.
Okay, Ethereal Dragon's here. How long you been in the back room?
About 10 seconds. I was radiated to there was actually less than 6 people.
Yeah, what were you going to say, Geass, before I go?
Well, I came up with several sets of colors. I was wondering which ones people like. Here's the default one, more camouflage. What I call it Dark Hunter. Oop.
I'm between the camo and the Dark Hunter one. I mean, you could probably use both for like the show can change colors.
Yeah.
So
I just realized I missed some of them with the Dark Hunter one.
Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, but I like them both. I like those two particular. All right, guys. I'll catch you all next time.
Take care.
Bye.
Later, guys.
Probably going to only stream a few more minutes because I want to keep my neighbor awake.
Yeah, I should be going soon too.
Yeah, I gotta pop out too. My family wants me to come watch that Power Ranger special with them, so
it's at best a B in my opinion.
I'm sure
it's nothing groundbreaking. Yeah, it's nothing groundbreaking.
Yeah. Well, anyways, Yeah, when it's family though, you if nothing else, you want to be there when they're happy. So I'm gonna take off too. Y'all have a good night.
Well, thanks for. Where can we find you?
I'm on Twitter at Dogs and Sailors. I'll throw you a link on there. So
Does Dylan have a Twitter account?
he does not.
Yeah, he got
back
booted.
18.
Oh, okay. That's
He
happened to a
didn't
lot of
get
people.
kicked off, but there was like drama and stuff, and he just
Oh yeah, it was because of what was it?
it wasn't
What's
any
the drama
specific,
again?
it wasn't any specific group. It was just that he left for a while because of that stuff going on, and then was like, you know what, I'm happier without it. And there are times I think he's right. There are times I think I should have left too.
Was it something about comic books?
It was, but it wasn't any one thing. There was a period there where, for some reason, Dylan would blow up, and he got some of the right wing type people mad at him, and he got some of the left wing mad at him, and I mean, the thing is, poor Dylan didn't even know he was making anyone mad, and then this stuff would just kind of find him, and so he was just like, well, I don't need Twitter, I'll build my own Twitter with blackjack and hookers. And he's done pretty well off of Twitter. So
Nice,
more power to him.
Futurama reference.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
He probably never would have found Ben Dunn and all that if he had stayed in the Twitter circles. So, I mean, hey, it's kind of a model for the rest of us. Kind of make your own way. Don't assume you got to do it a certain way because other people say that's how. I mean, like, Twitter works for some people. Maybe it doesn't for others. So he's on Facebook, though. I know that.
Yeah, because I'm in his group.
Yeah, I think I am too. I never use Facebook because it's full of relatives.
Yeah, that's what it's mostly is to find out what relatives are doing.
Yeah, and I don't really want all my cousins and aunts and people who are 90 years old keeping up with everything I do. I have to explain something like Niobe to a 90-year-old. Yeah.
Here's Geass Deviant art page. People want to check it out. The colorist on the artwork. I mean, whose colors are being featured right now on the screen.
Okay.
It's Daniel Tech Corner's artwork. I mean, it's his character that he commissioned for Daniel. That's no drawing himself. I mean, not drawing. Coloring.
Coloring. Name is Revy.
So, did you guys hear that? Like, the people are making a big deal about that, about the Clue game. Oh, there's a revision. But like, I was looking at it on Amazon.com, and like, all it took was I think it was less than 5 minutes, and I saw they had previously revised Clue, and because right now it's got like a multiracial, Clue. I think all the characters are different, but then the previous version, I think they added an Asian woman, and then you can also still buy. There's a 1980 something version that is available, and then there's another that's like called like the bookshelf edition, which is another like classic Clue type game. And then there's Clue Junior, and so there's like 5. I think there's like currently 5 different versions of Clue you can buy. I think you can buy these like all new.
Well, you need to show that other races commit modal.
Well, you can buy any of these versions you want. Like
Harry Potter.
I think the newest version is like the cheapest, but it's like maybe $20 something, and you can get the 1980s version. I think the bookshelf edition, which is really nice and fancy looking, I think that might be like $40 or something. But
okay, I'm leaving now. Good night, y'all.
Yeah, take care. But I was looking at it, and it was like, okay, you can still get.
Don't forget, there's also I think an Office version of the Clue.
A what version?
The Office.
There's probably it's probably like with Monopoly where you can get all sorts of
Like Pokemon Monopoly.
Monopoly might take the cake because they got all sorts of different custom versions. Not sure.
So I
has
think there's
that
like a
many.
Monopoly for every state.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Yeah, the thing is, it's actually not the game. Clue is actually the American name for it, for the game. Because it's actually Cluedo. But nobody in the US would even get what that's about. Because, oh, was it? Frick, what was Cluedo? I think it was, I don't remember what that was about.
Oh, there's clue robbery at the museum as well. So you can just like get just tons and tons of. Let's see, the one
There
that I
was
was talking
books as
about
well.
from the 1980s. Oh, 1980. You got the retro series Clue 1986 edition game. It's like a $19.28 on Amazon Prime. You might have to pay sales tax or whatever. It might depend. I don't know if that depends on the state or what. But it's kind of funny though that there's just some. It's like, okay, yeah, they did. I guess the cheapest version you can get is this new revised version, but they have so many different editions. It's not like it's like. I thought that was entertaining, like because even I was just I don't know, even I might have shared the thing about, oh, there's a new Clue coming out, on Twitter, shared a tweet about it, but it's actually a game that I don't ever play.
Really?
Well, I haven't played it since I was a little kid, I think.
It's been a while since I played it.
Yeah, it's a fun game though. I mean, but it's not like, I don't think, as far as I know, they haven't stopped manufacturing those games, those other versions. Either that, or there's just so many different versions in stock that you can get it brand new for like $20 for the 80 classic 86 version. It's not the one that was. I mean, it's got a different cover. It's a classic 1986 edition or something like that, but. Actually, yeah, retro series Clue 1986 edition game.
Oh, okay, here we go.
I even downloaded a bunch of these, but it would take a long time to just show them one by one. But like, this is, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily want to buy the $40 version, but this is like $20 is all.
Yeah, well, according to Wikipedia, the actual name for it, Cluedo, is a play on Clue and Ludo, the latter word for I play. And the name of popular game based on Parcheesi.
Oh yeah. So my late grandma, she used to have both Parcheesi and Pachisi. They were two different, like, I think they were like one might have been one company and another. I don't know. They were very similar, I think. But it's just kind of it's. I just think it's kind of funny though that people are like, some people are acting like all these other versions of Clue aren't available anymore. It's like, no, you can just go out and get any number of versions of Clue.
It'd be interesting if they actually had the original version that they never did, because apparently the game was originally going to have 10 suspects.
Monopoly, I think, was based on a game called The Landlord's Game, which was like
Yeah.
a socialist game, I believe.
It was based on another game called Monopoly. Well, sort of. It's actually there was originally a very different version of Monopoly. It was like it was basically the anti-monopoly sort of thing. The creator didn't like people in real life having all these monopolies and such, and the game was a critique about that.
Well, the 1906 one was called The Landlord's Game. It was Lizzie Maggie or something. And it was anti-monopolist. And let's see. Oh, there was Charles Darrow.
Yeah, apparently in the concept game, there was an Mr. Brown, a Mr. Gold, Miss Great, Mrs. Silver. Also,
Are you talking about
White
Phil?
was originally Nose White, and Colonel Muscle was originally Colonel Yellow.
So, well, that's interesting. So I think what Geass is talking about is, there's this guy, Charles Darrow or something like that, and he created a game called Monopoly based on this, after playing this other game called The Landlord's Game. And so that might have... And that was before the Parker brothers bought the game, so his game might have been kind of similar to, in spirit, to that woman's game. But I don't know, to the Landlord's Game. I'm not sure how similar or different it was, though.
I wonder why they changed the motive victim name in the U.S. version.
Changed the what?
They changed the name of the motive victim from Dr. Black to Mr. Body, or Bodie. Body? DDY.
What was the original? What language was the original version?
English.
The King's
The
English,
game came out in England. It was actually invented. They actually were making it during the air raids in World War II.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a group that's upset that they changed it from that to the version that came out in the 80s. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many. Well, actually, long before then, I mean, the one my mom had as a kid had the different names, I think.
Anyway, I'm calling it a night.
Yeah, I need to get going.
Okay. Night, everybody.
Oh, I guess we already know where to find you, Geass?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Dragon?
That Dragon Ethereum or Twitter. I don't use my Minds account that often.
Yeah, I ended up. Yeah, I log in for once every a few months or something, or every few weeks, or I don't know. It depends, but the problem is that it gets for a while. I got a lot of people, and then
Also, the
But it
fact that
didn't bring out more people for a while when people were upset with Twitter.
and not to mention having multiple social media accounts is a little annoying.
One of the problems I had with Minds was that it didn't seem like it seemed like its feed was kind of broken. It seemed like maybe it kept showing me the same stuff that I had already, a bunch of stuff that I had treated myself. Also showed me a lot of sponsored stuff that I could, from what I recall, that I don't know if it's still like
The
that,
thing is
but
now with
stuff that I
Elon Musk
couldn't
running.
see. Huh?
Yeah, the thing is now that Elon Musk is running Twitter, there's really no point on me being in Minds.
Yeah, I didn't like what. Well, yeah, now Twitter's got this sponsored stuff, but the problem with Minds is they would show me stuff and then say, "Oh, well, you have to subscribe. You have to go and give this person money if you want to see this person's post." So it's just like a blank post in my news feed, from what I recall. I say from what I recall because I use it so rarely, and
Mm.
I'm not sure if they still do that. But that was really annoying. Just having some sort of thing. Well, to unlock this or whatever they called it, you have to pay money. Or else you're going to just look at this blank tweet, or what? Well, they don't call it tweet. They called it, didn't they call it mind or something? Or
I can't remember. Honestly, I don't think I've been on 2 years.
Did a pretty bad job kind of marketing that. They were trying to make it, I think they were trying to make it legally distinct from Twitter enough not to get sued.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have just called it a post or something, and I think that's fairly neutral. I think people start taking interest in that again. I mean, first when it was created, there was quite a bit of interest, and then I think Tim Pool started promoting for a while. Then people stopped showing interest for a while. Then I think there was I think around the time maybe Parler came out, and Gab. People were looking for different alternatives, but now there's a bunch of people getting unbanned from Twitter. So yeah, I think you're right that a lot of those people are coming back to Twitter. Well, I'd like to thank you for Dragon for coming on the show. I'd like to thank the audience. Whether it's people who are currently in the chat or not in the chat but watching, people watching the replay sometime in the future. Oh, and I'd like to thank all the panelists who were on. Cool to people from different people from Antarctic Press were on.
Yeah.
We also had Daniel and Geass as usual. Geass was there was a time when Daniel just had to take a long break, and it was like it would be Geass and I starting the show. You've been on a lot of different episodes too. And so I appreciate you showing up. It's always good. You're like our resident, you're kind of our resident Power Rangers expert, I think. But you know about other things.
I probably know more about Super Sentai than the average person know too.
Yeah. And that's pretty helpful because it sounds like a lot of really strange adaptations were made that didn't always make sense.
Haven't seen most of the new stuff. The only things they have on the streaming service that coincided what they got adopted was just the stuff when Saban was doing, making it the first time up to the first thing that Disney adopted. Well, adapted, I mean, not adopted.
Well, have a good night, Melinda. It's always great seeing you as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of people I've met through James Skype's channel, and definitely recommend people check that out because there's just so many different nice people I've met from around the world on there. And I see a lot of people in his chat, and I end up seeing them in a bunch of other chats. It's a lot of fun. I probably
I'm actually I'm actually making my own game based upon Kamen Rider and Super Sentai because I can't actually use those names because legal reasons. But it's not like people haven't made their own games based upon those properties. Savage Worlds have done it. Trying to figure out which system to use, if I want to use one I made or if I want to use a pre-made system, since those would already have a fan base on them.
Did you see Savage Wolf or
Wolds? W-O-R-L-D.
Plural?
Yes. Yeah, because they had Savage Tokusatsu. I mean, Tokusatsu.
Interesting, eh?
Then there was like this one. It's like Sentai stuff, but it's everyone's gay, LGBT. I didn't know why you need specifically that, but they did that.
It's interesting that. It seems like there's all sorts of different things people could do with. People can do pretty much anything with like if it's a fan made version of something like what are those called, dojins, or with like anime or manga where people make their own fan stories.
I think so. There's another it's more Kamen Rider crossed with Iron Man because the suits are more like power suits like Iron Man has.
Yeah.
To the smaller mechs. And what was the name of that game? They did make a Power Rangers one, but it's not that good. Not to mention, if you don't want to do anything based around the Zordon era, you're kind of out of luck.
Oh, it's. I just noticed it's way past 12. I was going to try to wrap things up because I have no clue what time my neighbor goes to sleep and if I'm keeping the person awake or anything. It's all confusing.
Kamen Rider. What's the thing? Drive. I know Mildred was talking about it. What was it? Oh, there's another one. Wait, is Henshin the game one, or is that just a different one?
Well, that's kind of interesting, though, that
there is Convictor Drive. That's the Kamen Rider-esque one. I think the system is kind of, well, it's kind of like Werewolf the Apocalypse. You know, it's a D10 dice pool.
did you see this Mary? There was a Mary Jane Watson Green Goblin thing.
I don't think I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, some sort of like action figure. Let's see. I want to. There were things that I had planned on discussing, but I did discuss Clue a little bit. I'm just curious. Hasbro Pulse manufactured this thing, and I'm just curious. I don't know. I don't know anything about Green Goblin. Is that from Spider-Man? Is that one of the Spider-Man ones? Okay,
Green Goblin, Hobgoblin, and what was the third Goblin?
let's see.
There's another one. Can't remember the third Goblin now.
I'm gonna open this up and see. I'm not sure if it'd be familiar. So I'm not sure even what to think of this. I'm not sure what I think. It's like
But don't forget, there's like 4 Green Goblins.
what about this Mary Jane figure? I'm not sure. I mean,
Yeah, that's the thing. But what's the other name? Other goblins? Green Hob and what's that?
I mean, would you say that it's a good? These are like good quality figures, like the kinda,
Face look a little off.
yeah. It's just now maybe out of the two, I might prefer the Green Goblin, but I don't really know much about. I don't know hardly anything about that character.
You don't know the Green Goblin?
Well, I don't know much about the Green Goblin. He
How
was.
come?
They had him in like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, did they? In one of the Spider-Man.
Yeah, he was also in the cartoon. He's like one of the most common villains.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah, I don't know. I watched Spider-Man in the '80s, but I can't. It's kind of weird. I might have watched Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, but it's that '60s song that I remember the most. I don't know if they played reruns of
Yeah.
that as well, and
Too bad they couldn't bring.
or maybe
Be
I
nice
just
if
heard
they
it as
would
an
have.
adult.
Yeah.
You know,
Be
it's
interesting if they actually start showing the Japanese Spider-Man series soon.
yeah, I don't know anything about that either.
Well, Japanese Spider-Man is nothing like American Spider-Man, even though it is technically Marvel property.
I like that Italian Spider-Man spoof. It's made to look like it's some sort of thing. It's from the 70s, but it was actually made like and distributed online just a few years ago. That was pretty funny. It was like a deliberately hokey thing where I think the guy's kind of heavy set, and like it just like the whole thing is like it doesn't look like Spider-Man at all. And maybe that's how they got away with that. I don't think they made any money off of that, but yeah, it does seem like the figures are a little bit off. I don't know exactly what's going on there. Let's see.
Yeah, might be with the uncanny valley thing. You know, when you know a human face is supposed to look like it, but soft.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Oh, so Nurkish. Are you familiar with him? Wait,
Yes.
no. Oh, let's see. Do you have a wrench? Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, feel free to promote your channel. If anybody's got a channel, feel free to promote in the chat. I forgot to put in the show title. But Nurkish too became pretty controversial within Comixgate. Well, he wasn't really. I don't know. I think he was the first person to. I think he joked that he was Comixgate adjacent, and that somehow became like almost like a slur or something.
I have no clue.
Call somebody Comixgate adjacent. But he said the culture war isn't about fighting to create a better culture we can all share. It's about keeping the scraps of disposable consumerist shit safe from the woke vultures. Culture warriors have zero interest in creating anything of value or longevity. So that was his hot take. And
sometimes it seems that way.
Huh?
So sometimes it seems that way.
Yeah, I really do believe I really do think it's good to support like independent creators and artists. I do think I did find it interesting. Something a friend had said about people confusing pop culture with culture. You know, like I do get kind of. I do sometimes retweet the stuff like, look what they took from us. And there'll be like something like the old Pizza Hut designs or whatever. Like they had those red cups and like everything had like a theme, and McDonald's was kind of like that. Even McDonald's had its unique theme, and they had that like play set or whatever, which was kind of cool as a kid. Seemed like every place is those chains, though you go to maybe one restaurant and then go to another one, there did have a lot of similarities. They had a similar theme for all those restaurants. I'm not sure if that part was a good thing or a bad thing. They're kind of mixed. I think maybe a bigger concern should be all the different small businesses that end up shutting down. There's or even like I don't know. There's some really great composers out there, like making kind of classical type stuff. Don't think they really get the recognition that like the old school composers like Mozart or Bach received. But then again, you get like somebody like Vincent van Gogh, and I think it was like after the dude was dead is when he like didn't that guy end up dying like poor?
I think so.
Yeah, so I don't know.
A lot of people that were celebrities died for.
So maybe we got like, oh, go ahead.
Was named the guy that played the husband in Be Rich, the first one, injured and I think he got fired because then his life went down the drain.
I think some people like kind of they romanticize the time back when like there were kings and queens who were like patriot. I mean, some countries still have them mainly for ceremonial reasons, or maybe there's I think in the Middle East there's some, like there's the House of Saud and whatever, I mean whatnot. But the ones in Europe I think are more ceremonial. I mean, or you got like a parliament, like in England, the United Kingdom and Commonwealth. I mean, Prince Charles has like certain powers that I think he's still like technically called the head of state. But some people kind of romanticize the time back when there were these art patrons that these kings and queens who would just, or maybe back when the Pope or whomever like would pay Michelangelo to paint the Sistine Chapel and stuff.
Kings, queens, anyone pretty much with money.
But there were only like a tiny percentage of artists who would have received money from the king or the Pope.
Well, you have to be, talented.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there. Yeah, I think there was a lot of merit involved. I mean, especially when you like with those Renaissance masters. I'm not sure who Da Vinci's patron was.
Yeah, it's not like it really matters.
Yeah. The cool thing is even if we only have, we might even have only a fraction of the art he created, but we got a lot of really just incredible stuff. Like some of his like drawings of like experiments, pretty like he came up with this design. What would it be called? Like drew up like say blueprints for like a flying machine and stuff like that, like a glider.
Yeah, but how many of those actually would work in real life?
Not sure. They did an episode of Star Trek Voyager about that.
Futurama did an episode.
Oh, welcome, Tony Tone Golden. Hey, Ahmed. Welcome. Yeah, TJ got like voted off the island. Not the TJ from Daniel's show, but the other one who
I know which one you're talking about.
Drunk. I don't know if you've ever interacted with him. He had this tendency of like he'd go on air and then start confessing to
Crimes.
like crimes. It was kind of pretty weird. And the last straw was he just started attacking a panelist for male panelist playing a female character, and it was like everybody like he's like, you're talking to him like you're talking to a dude, and he's a dude. He kept typing something like that over and over in the chat. You're attacking him
Oh
like
yeah, because of the VTuber.
games. That's all. Talking to a male VTuber who admits he's a male, who uses his sound card to raise his voice an octave, and is a female avatar. And TJ was flipped out. It was.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, did you see the new? The Disney got casted for Cobra Bubbles for the live action Lilo and Stitch.
What happened?
They show the guy they casted for Cobra Bubbles for Lilo and Stitch. You know that live action movie.
The guy who from Child Protective Services.
Yeah, you know how he was like a 7-foot tall, beefy guy.
It's been so long since I watched it, but I've seen its photo of the voice. I've seen the photo of the voice actor and like the cartoon character. And that voice actor looks. I mean, the voice actor, the guy. I mean, from the cartoon, it looks like I don't know if he was that tall, but it looks. The face of his character looks just like him.
I think that was done on purpose.
But they cast somebody else to play him, I think, right?
Yeah, some skinny black guy. He is not impressive looking, right?
I wonder if they even approached the original voice actor, because he's also an actor.
I don't know.
I'm not
I
sure.
would laugh if he said he would not do it because of how bad. I wouldn't be surprised if he toned it down because of how bad live action movies tend to be.
What is his name? The voice actor? Or the character's name? It's not. I mean, like, so this is another thing where, like, it's not really the end of the world for me that they're remaking Lilo and Stitch. I thought they were cute movies. Can't remember how many I watched of them. I'm trying to remember if I watched the entire animated series or any of it. It's just all kind of. I don't know. It's just my memory's kind of vague.
Lutho Sticklo. I'm Stickhill. He looks.
I see the
Why didn't they use? I don't know why they didn't get him.
it's funny. It's okay. I've got it on the screen. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's the guy that I don't think the guy that they hired, and I don't want any people hating on the actor. You know, I don't blame a person.
Oh, they're already hating on the actor.
And I think it's obligatory to say it nowadays because people are just like, you just hate this person or that person. It's like, no, I just don't. Yeah, they don't really.
Just the guy they got to play Cobra is kind of lackluster.
Yeah, the guy they got, only similarity is they wear glasses. And well, they're similar skin tone. Well, they're both.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that
African
Chad
American.
energy.
I'm trying to. So, yeah, Cobra Bubbles. I'm gonna look that up because I saw the original voice actor, and he just looks like he would just be perfect for that role. I mean, not that I think it's a perfect idea to remake it, but
Go to the show planning room. I just posted an article.
does it show them side by side?
Yeah.
Voice actor. Okay. Wish more people would post, and I appreciate you posting in there because people are like, "Well,
Oh, I
what's
forgot Puma
going
Fist
to
even
happen on the
exists.
show?" And it's like, well,
Is Puma
actually,
Fist even around anymore?
yeah, I actually did post a number of things in the show planning room. The more people post there, the better. You know, I do. No, Puma Fist. We're not going to allow Puma Fist on here. He's not somebody coming on here. I'll leave it at that. Here we go.
I wonder if they're gonna drop the whole thing about him being a government agent.
So is that the voice actor?
Yeah, the new one. No, the new guy that's gonna play him.
The guy on the left?
Yeah, that's gonna be who's playing him.
Oh, I want to see the original voice actor.
Oh, let's see. Let me quickly look for a picture of him. Get a better one than that.
Ving Rhames? Rhames? Wow, that's... Is that an African American name? That's an interesting name.
Oh no,
Well,
wait.
that guy...
Oh, it's Ving Rhymes. Luther Stickler is his guy. He plays on Mission Impossible.
Let me see. I'm gonna... Oops. Wrong button. I'm kind of tired. No, that's the wrong thing. This is one totally badass looking mofo. They should really hire. I mean, like, I mean, I think he's actually been in live action shows and movies or whatever. So why not hire this guy? I mean, if he's
Hello, Dan Dog.
oh, great to see you. Thanks for joining. So, I mean, that guy looks intimidating. That other dude,
Yeah, the other guy is like, why did he
I wouldn't
why
want to
did he choose him?
I wouldn't want to get in a fight with him or anyone really. But this guy he just looks really like he has like the
Yeah, the other guy's like,
because
it's like
wasn't the character
the
supposed
other
to be
guy looks like he's about ready to give you a test or something.
yeah, he was supposed to be like some sort of ex-CIA agent. The character.
Yeah, I have no clue what
Mr.
Disney was thinking about the casting choice.
It's kind of weird, like a ex-CIA agent who ends up working for Child Protective Services. I'm not sure how common that actually is, but I guess that would be the person to investigate if you've got like what Stitch living. Was it Stitch that was the monster character?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if you got Stitch living with you, you might want to send a former CIA guy. Yeah, that guy really. They should just if they haven't already, they should just put back that guy to reprise.
Yeah, people have really been unhappy with the choices of casting to the point of the cast that they're saying that they should fire Olson doing the casting.
I heard that like I'm trying to remember back to the movie, but some people are saying that a big part of the storyline was that not only were the characters Polynesian, but they were dark-skinned Polynesian. I guess it could be a form of. I don't know. I would think that would be a pretty. Could be a hectic job dealing with parents and stuff, but maybe not compared to being the CIA. I don't know. I would think they would want to hire like a social worker or something. But maybe he's like a CIA agent and social worker. I don't know. Doesn't really need to make any sense for a cartoon anyway. But the whole thing is going to make sense for the live action movie.
Because when people thought they replaced him, they were kind of angry. So that they had that other person there. That apparently they're going to be. It looks like they're going to have two social workers for some reason.
Oh yeah, first it sounded like his character was being replaced by a female social worker, or Child Protective Services worker, and then it sounds like there's going to be two. I don't know. Yeah, that guy can definitely defend himself. I mean, at least his character. But I don't know. I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't mess with the other guy either. It's just like repeating myself. Did you hear about on the Mandalorian Goku's name change? There's controversy over that.
I began thinking it was a good idea that I didn't stop watching the third season.
Oh, I didn't watch it at all. On the Tetris movie, is being praised. Not quite sure. What that's all about.
I think it's about the creator of Tetris trying to get out of Russia with the game. Because apparently they want to destroy it or something for some reason.
Oh, it is, so it actually is a biography. Yeah, that was an interesting situation where several companies were making Tetris, and I don't know. The one I'm most familiar with is the Spectrum Holobyte versions for like different. I played it, I think, on Mac and Apple II Geass, I think, with. Oh, and also of course, the Nintendo version. And Tengen had their own Tetris. I'm not sure if I own that. Tengen being Atari games. I guess for legal purposes, to distinguish between the other Atari, they had to call themselves Tengen. Do you know the story about that? Their Nintendo cartridges? They didn't want to
I don't
pay
think
the
so.
licensing fee. I think, and I think Nintendo also, in order to get it licensed, one had to go and get their approval too, because they didn't want they didn't want to release games like how Atari had like E.T. and all that stuff. But so they.
Yeah, because I think the Atari might have caused the video game crash.
Yeah, I think the crash was mainly in the U.S. and didn't. I don't think it necessarily affected even Canada as much as the U.S. I've heard Europe wasn't really affected much. Not sure about Australia, New Zealand, or Japan, for that matter. But when they took when I think it took a couple of years or so for the Famicom to be released in the U.S. and redesigned as the Nintendo Entertainment System, and they called it an entertainment system. And Nintendo did that too. You know about this? When they were marketing it as a toy, and they're just trying to get away with it from just even calling it a video game system because of Atari. And they went and redesigned it to look more like a VCR, like I think there were like VCRs, which maybe the top would pop open or whatever. Some of the early ones. Then they include that damn robot. Not quite sure what that was for. Or at least included as an option. And I think by the time they had done that, I think what happened is they ended up trying to think when the Sega Master System was released. I think it was around the same time. But somehow Nintendo had already gotten the rights to a lot of games. So I think the Master System was real popular in New Zealand and Australia. I think maybe Europe as well. And it was newer technology, I think, than the NES, which I think was just basically a redesigned Famicom, from a couple of years earlier. Kind of a shame that the Master System didn't really take off in the U.S. Have you ever played that? I've seen videos.
No.
For like an 8-bit game system, the graphics and sound were quite good, to the point where a lot of people would argue that even though the Genesis had better graphics and sound for certain games, some people enjoy the Master System version better, or more. I mean, don't know if I went on that tangent.
First game system I ever played was the Atari. Which one was it? The one with the crappy ET game. Which one was it?
Oh, 2600.
Yeah.
So I think I didn't play that till I played the Atari. So I think I have a female cousin. I think she had the Atari 800, maybe. I don't know. Maybe she had the 400.
Yeah, it was 2600 because it was the one with the joystick and a single button.
So I think she had the 800, which was a computer. And it was like the graphics were a little bit better than the 2600. And I ended up getting the Atari 400, which was like the 800, except for the keyboard keyboard was a membrane keyboard. So like if a kid spilled Kool-Aid or some adults spilled their beer on there or whatever, like it wasn't that, I don't think it was that big of a deal. But like it hurts one's fingers, if you type too long on the Atari 400 with that. It's not a proper keyboard. But it works pretty well as a video game system. And whereas I don't know, the Atari 2600 had some fun games, but I don't know. I heard they end up having to make a lot of compromises. And I've heard that it's about the Atari 400 and 800 as well. And the 5200 was similar to the 400 and 800, except for the different kind of joystick. I try to bring up an image of Atari 400. Have you ever played that?
Which one?
The Atari 400.
No, just the 2600.
I think it's just, I just personally think the Atari 400 and 800 are terribly underrated as far as a lot of people just don't really. A lot of people just don't really know about it, I guess. Let's see. I'm gonna try to share the screen. Getting kind of tired. Darn it, I can't even barely see the screen.
The title and the screen.
Oh, oh, darn it. Keep pressing the wrong button. Can't really see my screen all that well. Here we go. Head's a bit corny looking. So that was the Atari 400. They ended up having to make it like really, really, it was like super sturdy and like weighed a lot because they had to put some sort of shielding in there for because the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission didn't want like they had strict rules about like they didn't want to give you enough like I don't know certain frequencies or something that could interfere with radio waves or the television or something. I don't know. So it's like pretty heavy SOB, but there's a spot for I believe 4 joysticks. They might have had that on 2600 as well. I wish it was actually like a photo of people like playing games and stuff because let's see. I've managed to find a PAL version of let's see. Pac-Man. I don't know. I think the Pac-Man was actually pretty close to the arcade as far as looks and sound. I'm not going to play the music, but it looks kind of faded and stuff for some reason. These pictures aren't the greatest.
There was also a ripoff of Pac-Man called was Cat and Mouse.
Was that for the 2600?
Yeah. It was just pretty much like it was literally just a reskin.
Was it closer to the arcade version? Because somebody has actually designed one that's closer to the arcade version than the official one. I guess I already highlighted those comments. Yeah, I guess if you're like if somebody's like a real badass, like ex-CIA guy, they probably would be less likely to be shot at as a social worker. I mean, a child protective person. Don't remember those people on Lilo and Stitch being like, were they heavily armed? I don't remember that being part of the plot.
Were they what?
Heavily armed? I mean, like, wasn't it just like wasn't about a girl who was being raised by her? She was like an orphan or something, and she was being raised by her Older
Sister. Yeah.
Was her sister like a waitress, or what was the deal? I'm trying to remember.
No, it was a job. I think she might have worked at like some soft place. And then making Twilight into a TV show.
I guess. I guess why not?
What?
I really don't. None of this like actually hurts me or anything. It's kind of weird though that they just keep recycling these ideas and.
Like, let's make a reboot, but it's not even 20 years old yet.
Well, that's the issue. I've heard about other things. I'm trying to remember what the other things are, but they're not like all that old and being rebooted. It's kind of funny.
It's like they're doing a live action Moana already.
Oh, that was one. Yeah, that's one. That's the one I think that was. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Let's keep doing live action adaptations until we run out of all classic ones and then have to do ones that came out just 5 years ago. It's like, why?
Well, I know that the OG Far. So there's this article, and I read this. I think I read that headline last week. But the OG Far Cry is going to be remade. Using a newer version of the Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, real leery when they do that. I mean, I'm not sure if I ever played the first one, but I think with the Mafia games, they might have. Didn't they do like a remake of Mafia and then they removed like certain like fun stuff from the game? That seems like when they go and they make a remake, they often just kind of leave things out. And remember the remakes of the GTA games that came out recently, like just things like the rain in the game. I think there was some sort of bug and it was causing the frame rate to like drop really, really super low. Some modders fixed the issue just in a few days, but I think Rockstar doesn't like modders. You might call it the GTA trilogy or something. But that seemed to be kind of a disaster, at least when it first released. Like a lot of games these days.
Hmm.
Did you see what the new Clue looks like?
The new Clue?
Yeah, because we were talking about that earlier.
I don't care that much. It's like maybe if it's an addition of something I would be interested in, I would look it up. I was like, here's yet another
Yeah, this is
version of
it. I'm trying not to. I'm not going to show anybody's messages in the Discord, but it's just like other than mine. It's just like okay. New thing. So If you want to,
Some of that just looks bad. Nearly purple and white.
so if people want to, that's like probably the cheap. I think it's the cheapest version of that, but one can still buy the retro series Clue 1986 edition game. The cover of the package is different, but the board looks like pretty old school. It's like maybe like I think like $20 you can get that. Which I like. I prefer how the board looks.
Yeah.
And the vintage bookshelf edition of Clue. Now that one might be like $40 or something.
Oh, frick. When did it become after 109 already?
Huh. So this looks real like a real old school Clue type game.
Yeah, looks boring.
Well, I think the 80s version looks cool. So this is the version, though, that is being replaced by that first version I showed you. So this version had already, I mean, this is like this previous version had already kind of strayed from the original characters. Like, I don't know if the Asian character, if that's Dr. Orchid or not.
Yeah, look at
Dr.
the
Orchid.
gloves.
So is that lady the Dr. Orchid?
Yeah, look at the gloves. A peak.
Okay.
And no dress. So what? Still.
Yeah, I think she looks like they kind of like race swapped her. And then there's Clue Junior, and it just keeps going on and on, like all the different. And I rattled off a bunch of other versions of Clue earlier, so I don't know. It's just. I guess an argument could be made that maybe
Do we really need more clues?
Well, the thing is, like, maybe it does kind of suck that if you want to play a more like the 86 version or whatever, which I think is like still being made because you can buy it now. Kind of sucks that it's like $20 and not like whatever the other thing is, like it's $13 or $15 or whatever. But it's like there's just so many different versions of Clue.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it doesn't. It's not. Doesn't. I don't know. Maybe you could go to. It would be interesting if somebody goes to a store and see which version there is. Seems like there's a version of Clue for pretty much anyone, though. I don't think, like, I don't know. With this economy, I guess $20 might be a lot of money, but still, I don't know. That's doesn't seem that outrageous. That's like cheaper than I can buy a pizza, and I could get like an old, at least in the 1980s version, remake of the 1980s version of Clue. That bookshelf version seems like I think that was pretty expensive. I'm thinking I would just go for the 80s version. I mean, the art style looked pretty cool. It's really the art style that I don't like with that new version. I don't like that it seems like they got rid of a bunch of characters too, from what I've heard. But if they want like a racially diverse version of Clue, I mean, I don't have an issue with that. They have, they've got so many different versions. Why not? Maybe they should have like a vampire version of Clue, like a werewolf version or something.
I wonder if there's a Pokemon Clue or not.
How about a furry version? That would be cool. Like
Ugh.
more like
Who
cats and
yipped
dogs.
who?
Is it the cat or the dog? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't need who yipped who or whatever.
I'd play one with like Looney Tunes characters. That'd be fun.
Okay, let's see. Different types of Clue. Star Wars Clue.
That would
Game
be
of Thrones.
cool.
The Walking Dead. The Big Bang Theory. Harry Potter. Supernatural.
Harry Potter Clue, that
The
would be-
Office.
Can
Luxury Edition.
you imagine
Secrets
how
and
many
Spies.
copies of the Harry Potter Clue would sell? I mean,
Yeah,
especially
classic.
since J.K. Rowling so controversial. People be arguing over it, and all the people like trying to cancel it. Then there'd be all these people buying it out of spite, and even if it totally sucked, people would probably just go out and buy it.
Firefly. Legend of Zelda. Junior. The
Do they really have
actual
these, or are you just
Cluedo.
making this up?
Oh no, these are real. Dungeons and Dragons Clue. Vintage game collection exclusive wood then book box.
So like, really, there's really, it's so silly that people are. I think it's so silly that they're acting like all these, like this one new version of Clue is just going to ruin the game altogether. You've already got all these different versions of Clue for any number of
I'm
people.
surprised they don't have the
Why
museum
not have
one.
a racially integrated version of Clue? I mean, why not? You know, if you have all these gazillion other versions of Clue, why does it matter that you know? I guess they're upset that that's like maybe they're thinking that's now the standard version, but I don't know. What were you saying?
It looks like they don't have the museum cape or what it's called.
In the new version?
No, it's in like this one list doesn't have all of them.
Gosh. So maybe they do have as many Clue versions of Clue as they do Monopoly, but
It seems like they're
2023.
just most
I
of
think
them are
it's
just
called
reskins.
2023 Refresh Edition. So if they've been calling it the Refresh Edition, I mean, okay, so they got a Clue that's updated for modern audiences. But I don't know. And I guess that's the cheapest one too. But all this does is make me more interested in Clue.
There's also Simpsons Clue,
Yeah. So I'm not.
Seinfeld,
I'm not a. You know, I'm not.
Scooby Doo.
Yeah. So it's really not that they have like. I mean, I think
Disney.
I actually think it might be like a really good thing. Okay, that people like there's all these different versions of Clue that now they got an ethnically diverse Clue. I just don't really like the art style.
Yeah, it's not the best.
It just doesn't. It just kind of it's colorful, whereas I think it's a lot more colorful than the 80s version, but I kind of like the more subdued, like the board on the 80s version is kind of a tan colored.
Yeah, the Harry Potter one, you actually get to change the stairways and things like that.
Do people like use
So the-
magic to kill other characters? Because that'd be interesting.
Apparently, going to this one website, you had to Hogwarts students vanishes. You must discover who performed the dark magic, with what spell, and will the attack the missing student. The game features another unique board where players can actually change the layout via wheels on the bottom. The changes reveal secret passageways, trapdoors, and more. Players also have the ability to collect house points and receive help cards. Then you also have the Haunted Mansion, the Disney property.
Oh, see, this version of Clue used to be $22. I think it's been discounted.
Mm.
The refresh version that's really diverse, because it seemed like Amazon had it for $16.49, so 25% off. So it's like you could pay $16.59, or you could pay $19.99 and get the 80s version. I mean, I know
there's also Golden Ghost Clue.
So, I mean, what is it, like a $3 difference? And you get the 80s. It's not that much more expensive just to get the 80s version. I wonder if it's on sale because it was like.
The interesting thing about the Star Wars one is that it's actually 3D because it's the Death Star.
Well, this is getting me this is really getting me interested in Clue. I'm glad they made a remake of Clue. I mean, like a gazillion remakes. Are these versions expensive?
I don't know.
I imagine some of them are.
Game of Thrones Clues, it has a double-sided board, just if you wanted a different style. Not to mention there's
you have no clue
suspects.
whether or not Clue is. Just joking around, but I could type it into Amazon and see Star Wars Clue. I don't know. I'm not thinking it's. Let's see, I'm finding Star Wars Lego, but not Star Wars Clue. Oh, here it is. So that's 43% off, but it's still $39.99. So it's like basically $40.
Yeah, a lot of the special editions are just
Chewbacca, Luke Skywalker, Chewie, and Leia.
yeah.
Not sure
I think
what
as many special
Vader.
editions are just reskins. It's like half of them are just reskins. That was pointless to give if you have the original.
Huh.
Because Simpsons is literally just a reskin.
So there's this Clue board game, Sabotage on the High Seas, Clue escape room game, murder mystery. Let's see the Harry Potter. Harry Potter Trivial Pursuit. I see that Clue. This one's not a Clue game, but that's $21.99. Well, I wouldn't do any good at that game. Oh, the Wizarding World Harry Potter Edition mystery game. That Clue, that's $28.95. Let's see, is that new or used for that price?
Probably time to end it. You said you wanted to stop it streaming.
Yeah,
And what was that, like an hour ago?
probably. But yeah, let's see. I was trying to see if that was new, but it might be used. Huh. That's kind of cool. Do you want to type anything in the chat or?
No.
Well, thanks for joining us, everybody. And thanks, Dragon, for joining us. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestakians.
You're welcome.
We stream every Thursday night, 8 p.m. Well, I start at 5 Pacific, 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Eastern. And that's actually 8 a.m. Friday morning for our Filipino viewers, which we do have quite a few. Anyway, I'll see you all on next week. And thank you very much, everybody who joined us. Have a good night or good day, whatever it is.